please, please, please tell me that I got this fixed now. There we go. Please, I got it fixed. Here we go. Let's see. There we go. I am live. I guess I could go ahead and start sharing. Discord. Sorry, everyone. Just trying to get everything situated. Go back. Click on this. Paste. Send into my Twitter, I guess, or X, whatever you want to call it. Ew. I can't even do it on X. Thanks, Devin. My birthday's not till tomorrow. What's up, Zombie Fan? What's up? What's up, everyone? How you doing today? Sendou Q here. Thank you for visiting my channel. Today, I'm going to have to talk about what happened today, okay? What happened today, I have to say this, is while I was doing something busy, I looked on YouTube and we're going to watch it together because what's insane is we're going to watch it together because what I saw was one of the most craziest things I have ever seen. And I'm actually excited about it because this is why I game on PC. This is why I game on any platform that is PC related. The crazy part about it is this came out of nowhere. I did not expect this. I kind of speculated everything about this. Ordering a guitar online on Monday. Okay, that's what's up. The crazy part about this is I kind of figured that they was going to bring it out, but I didn't know it was going to look this good. We're going to go into it. And if you don't know, now you're going to know. It's a lineup of Valve information. We're going to watch this together because this is crazy.
Hey everyone, this is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited to...
The funny thing about it is the Steam Deck is one of the most impressive things that you could get in the handheld. It's very impressive due to you get to go anywhere you want and play your Steam library. You don't have to buy extra games, and that's what's insane. And when I saw this video, my mouth dropped after seeing all this.
To talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup.
Now remember, you have these fanboys, right? These fanboys talking about Steam don't sell hardware. This is where they failing. This is where they failing on trying to create a system. Now look, they got 3 other items that's coming on the way.
All connect you with powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one. This is the new Steam controller.
Dude, That Steam controller look good. That Steam controller look good. Now, FYI, I want these sticks to be where the buttons and the analog, and the D-pad is at. That's just my preference. But other than that, I think they got it to a field where it's like the Steam Deck in your hand, which Steam controller actually look really, really good. It look premium. This junk look like I'm about to go ahead and spend money on it.
The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind.
Imagine that. Play any game you want with a controller, even if it's not meant for a controller. Do you realize how insane that is? The insanity of how amazing that is one of the craziest things I have ever heard. Like, you don't need a keyboard and a mouse. You just need a controller. That's crazy.
It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads.
Okay, so you got dual trackpad, HD haptics, gyro, grip buttons, full-size controller. I got some big hands. Full-size controller, cap-sensitive thumbsticks, Steam buttons,
gyro and back buttons, all in a
quick access menu, Steam cord shortcut, Steam input, custom binding. This is one crazy controller. This right here, I didn't know what this is, so that's gonna be interesting.
comfortable form factor. Its next generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and
The fact you get magnetic thumbsticks is crazy.
longevity. We've
For
put
first-party
capacitive
controller.
touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling
That's
fancy.
crazy.
Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime. With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger.
You're telling me that the wireless Puck is not just for charging, but for quick syncing? That's insane.
Included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge. Once you're charged up,
Included, meaning it comes with it. It comes with it. Can I keep it real? I'm looking at this. Excuse me. I'm looking at my controller like, what the fuck? Don't get me wrong. I like this controller. I do. But that controller with the D-pad and everything, that's insane. First thing first, I want to know how I sound, so give me 1 second. Excuse me, I'm looking at my controller. Okay, I sound good. Okay. That's insane.
snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam machine.
Okay. That is huge. Steam and Steam Link. So, your phone, you could control it with your phone through Steam Link. If you have Steam Link on your VR headset, it could be controlled. That's crazy. That's actually really crazy.
Oh, this is the new Steam machine. Steam Machine is a powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck, powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your
That thing is not that big. That thing is not that huge.
office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam.
SteamOS fast suspend, resume, desktop mode, seamless update notifications, Steam
Deck,
input,
like lightning fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to
SD card slot, Steam Store, Cloud Save, Friend List, Steam Chat, Remote Play. Okay, give me a second. Imagine this is a Steam Deck. Imagine this is a Steam Deck. With Steam Machine, can you use it as a controller? Yo, that will go crazy if you use it as a controller. That will go insane.
easily expand your storage, and bring some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want.
It's a PC. That's crazy. It's a PC.
And it works with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories. Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh, yep, this is Steam Frame. Steam Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games, VR and non-VR alike, in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset.
So you could play with your games on the Steam. What is it? Steam headset? Not Steam headset. Steam Vision or something?
To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection.
Oh my gosh. That is insane. That is insane. Excuse me. That is insane.
And the game is streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC.
SteamOS fast suspend resume. Excuse me. Desktop mode. Seamless update. SD card slot. Steam input notification.
SteamOS. In addition to
Steam
streaming,
Store,
you can install and
Friendless.
play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC. You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card. Steam Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam Frame. All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck. All powered by Steam, work together, and can be used however you'd like with whatever peripherals and accessories you choose. Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our previous hardware experience and what we've wanted ourselves as gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem, giving you more ways to enjoy the games you love and discover new ones. Steam Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam Frame are all shipping in early 2026. Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
console fanboys, console fanboys, this is how you do PC in the living room. This is how you do PC for the living room. Not going to lie, that was fire. Y'all was worried about they don't sell any hardware. There you go. You got yourself the Steam Deck, the Steam controller, the Steam machine, and I keep on forgetting the last one. The Steam frame. That's insane. That is insane, everyone. Just insane. That's crazy. And you know what? I like how they doing the colorway, because if you look at it, we're gonna look at it together. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, give me a second. If you look at it, this right here look like cardboard packaging, in my opinion. So I feel like the packaging going to be very eco-friendly, which to me is awesome. You got this. Oh, I follow definitely. We're besties. We may be new, but it's like we know each other our whole life. All Steam hardware work great together. Wherever you use streaming or playing games across devices, including Steam Deck, and because Valve remain committed to a open PC ecosystem, we also play well with others, as in your other devices. That is crazy. How is a PC company do better than a console company? They say they're open. So whatever game you get that is sold on different platforms like GOG, Epic, all that stuff, get to go over. That's insane. You can't complain about, oh, you can't have a PC in the living room. There you go. The Steam machine. We're going to look at the Steam controller. Everybody know what a Steam Deck is. We're going to look at the Steam controller. If they let me click on it. Oh, yeah, I definitely wish to list that. That's crazy. Oh, here we go. Steam controller. My fault. Steam controller. Your games at your fingertips. All the inputs to play all the games on Steam, wherever Steam is. That's crazy. Play your whole Steam library. That's crazy. I really want one now. Defining feature of a Steam controller. Plug and play with the Steam control puck. Y'all want a plug and play system? Here go a plug and play system for you. One puck, two jobs. It's a wireless transmitter that provide. Oh, the plot hole. What's up? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's tomorrow though, but appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. 39 years old. I know I'm old. I'm starting to get old. That's crazy. So you get next generation magnetic thumbsticks, high definition rumble, grip enabled gyro. That is insane. And then you could plus all the inputs you expect. Control and comfort, trackpad, motion control, grip buttons. But how you doing, Deplaho? Man, been a moment since I saw you, man. You doing great. Grip button, Steam button, quick access menu. Appreciate it. Love it, man. Love it. Customized for Steam input. This is great. I'm loving it. So you got multiple inputs that you could do it. You don't even have to put inputs in. You could just use it as a regular controller, or you could just go ahead and customize it you want. That's what Steam trying to give you. They were trying to give you. Really? Oh man, dude, I just want everybody to be good. I want you to be good. I know the community over there with the frauditors and stuff like that is crazy. I saw some ridiculous. What Steam trying to do is they trying to, if you don't want to customize the controller, you don't have to. You could go ahead and disable some of the controllers whenever you want. But they want to give you the customization that you could do no matter what you want. It's an option to do whatever you want. Let me take this off. With anything running Steam, Steam Controller work with any PC or device running Steam or the Steam Link app. That's including Windows, Macs, and Linux PC, as well as tablets and smartphones. So, if you don't know, I want to turn mine down just a little bit, my screen down a little bit so you can go ahead and see. I'm going to go over to my Steam. So, I'm guessing that if you see, oh gosh, I got the Steam Link on my phone. I could use the controller with my, you have a Barden well there. Do I? You have a burden wall there. yeah, I do. I'm trying to put some stuff up. I got to add more stuff. So, hey, it's whatever. I got to upgrade. I got to do whatever I got to do to put more stuff. Work in progress. But again, laptops, PCs, smartphones, tablets, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know. I gotta work on it. Doesn't matter what platform you're on, Macs, Linux, PC. I know. I want to add more stuff, but I am at a loss what I want to add. I mean, I got my Razer case up there. I'm going to add some more stuff. It's going to be good. I want to add more stuff. I usually have a green screen in my background, so yeah, exactly. Back to the grind. I got you. But I'm going to add more stuff. It's going to grow, and I just want to know what I'm going to put up there. So it doesn't matter what platform you're on, you can still use your controller no matter what. Steam controller. That's awesome. Steam Deck. Wherever your Steam Deck is docked or on the go, Steam controller is a great companion with all the same familiar inputs. That's awesome. Love it. If you don't want to hold the controller because the Steam Deck because it's heavy, put it on the stand and you got your controller. That's amazing. Steam machine, Steam controller pair easy to Steam machine without its puck. Wake your Steam machine without leaving your couch. There should be no excuse with the console fanboys when they say I can't unlock my PC at the couch. I just want to go ahead, go like this. I'm going to show an example. Click and start playing. Even though most console fanboys play at computers, you want to sit down, turn on your Steam machine. There you go. That's awesome. Steam frame. Inferior LEDs make Steam controller. Infrared LEDs make Steam controller trackable by Steam frame cameras when you're immersed in VR. Perfect for playing all of your non-VR games on a giant virtual screen. So here's the thing. That is awesome that they give you an option and they put infrared in the controller so you could just sit back with the headset and just play. That's crazy. I would never guess that. And there you go, powered by Steam, optimized for gaming in any form. The Steam hardware family offer officially expands in early 2026. Just like Steam Deck, all are optimized for gaming on Steam, and all are designed to help players get even more out of their Steam library. For Christmas, give me Steam gift cards so I can get this. This is crazy. I'm loving this. In the L1, L2, R1, R2 buttons, I'm going to keep it real. The matte coating looked like a Nintendo Switch 2 controller. Keeping it 100% real. That's crazy. Let's go on to the Steam Machine. To me, console killer. Oops. Give me 1 second. I hit something wrong. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Your games on the big screen. Powerful PC gaming mode made easy in a small and mighty package. Your Steam library in more places. With over 6 times its horsepower of Steam Deck, Steam Machine have the power to play your whole Steam library, including your favorite AAA titles. Just sign in with your Steam account and your entire library is there. Your whole entire library is there. Do you realize for people who have Steam for the longest time could just buy this one box, go to the living room, connect it to a TV. Remember, plug and play, like these console fanboys say. I just want a plug and play situation. I don't want to go through updates, even though they go through updates on their console. There you go. The plug and play situation. All you gotta do is sit on the couch, sign in, plug and play. Core feature that defines Steam Machine. Steam OS, a OS optimized for gaming with fast suspend, resume, and cloud saving. And that's just the start. That is amazing. You wanna know why? Because all you got to do is have the cloud saving and you don't have to pay a single penny. That's crazy. Small form factor. Put it under your TV, set it on your desk, hide it under a banana. Is powerful PC gaming packed into a roughly 6-inch, 160 millimeter cube. Do you realize how how small 6 inches is? Phrasing. I got myself a tape measurer. That's how tall 6 inches is going to be. That is crazy. Here goes the Switch Lite for comparison. That's crazy. 6 inches compared to a Switch Lite. Compared to my Google Pixel Phone XL. About the same height as the Google Pixel 10 Pro XL. A little bit shorter. Let me see if I can find another thing. So I could do a little bit better of a size. But either here or there, that's pretty small. Cool and quiet. Steam Machine keep cool and runs whisper quiet even while running the most demanding game. I'm skeptical about that. Going to keep it real, but that's fun. I/O for days, ready for all the peripherals and monitors you can throw at it. 1 gigabit Ethernet, DisplayPort 1. It got a DisplayPort 1.4, HDMI 2.0, 1 USB-C, and 4 USB-A ports. But, don't actually throw things at it. Okay. Now, this is the interesting thing that I kind of want to look at it. But also, since this is a PC, guess what? You could do more things with it. CPU and GPU, not no APU. CPU and GPU. 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR thanks to a discrete semi-custom AMD desktop class CPU and GPU. So with the Xbox Series and the PlayStation 5, even with the Nintendo Switch, what do they have? They have APUs. What an APU is when you put a CPU and the GPU together. Now, if you think of a laptop, they do have a CPU and the GPU together sometimes, but for gaming laptops, they have a CPU and the GPU separate doing different things. I think Valve took that idea and put it into the Steam machine. Awesome. Storage, available in two storage size, 512 gigabytes and 2 terabytes. Both come with expandable storage via micro SD card. Does it say express micro SD card like the Nintendo Switch? It's a micro SD card. So meaning you can use any micro SD card you want. It's a PC. And plus, I'm going to be honest with you. I think when people who want a console, they want to try to do as much storage as possible. So they're probably going to get the 2 terabytes. But I'm going to be 100% real with you. I think 512 gigabytes is just fine, but you can always add more with the micro SD card and just put it in there. It's going to run just fine. It'd be just fine. This is where I was hoping that a console-like thing could go to with the storage with a micro SD card. Let me see if I can pull it out of the Switch. Yeah, I could. I could literally, you see how small this is? I could get a big storage capacity with this, and I'll be just fine putting it in the Steam machine. Connectivity: 2x2 Wi-Fi 6E plus Bluetooth 5.3 with a dedicated antenna. It comes with antenna? Woo! Steam controller wireless adapter is built right into the Steam machine for direct pairing. That is amazing. That is amazing because you don't need the puck if it's in the system. That's beautiful. Power, no giant brick. Steam machine power supply is built right in. This is great because there's no brick, but it's impressive how they built it and they kept it really, really small. That is small. That is small. That's 6 inches. My thing is it's going to be cooling. There's an LED strip, y'all. Keep tabs on system status like downloads progress, even when your screen is off. Customize it with different colors and animation or turn it off. So you got options to turn it off if you don't like RGB, but you know what will be awesome? If it shows the game loading, that'll be awesome. Optimized game that runs SteamOS, Steam Machine verification, and is a PC. Yes, Steam Machine is optimized for gaming, but it's still your PC. Install your own apps or even another operating system. Who are we to tell you how to use your computer? If this thing, this gotta be straight. This have to be straight. You could literally make content off of this. You could literally make content off of this. Look. Imagine this, everyone. This thing is a 6-inch tall PC, right? This tall, right? 6-inch tall PC. And you can make content from your living room using OBS and making money off of this thing. That's crazy. I could go ahead and get this for the living room, and I don't even have to buy a capture card. I don't have to buy a secondary PC to do multi-streaming. I could just put this in the living room, download programs, have a secondary monitor to have it connected to me close by if I want to sit at a couch, could read chats, and look at my streaming software. I don't think anybody understand the potential of having this in the living room. This is insane. The 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 option is limitless. This is what I was waiting for when it comes down to a console in the living room. We was already moving towards PC like consoles in the first place. Oh, we went to CDs. Oh, we went to playing online. We was already on the track to becoming PCs in the living room. And now my dream has came true. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. Steam Machine plays well with Steam is made for Steam control. Steam Machine comes with built-in wireless adapter just for pairing with Steam controller. Up to 4 with a up to 4? You can connect up to 4 to one adapter? That means you can pair your Steam controller without its puck, and you can wake your Steam machine without leaving your couch. Now, the only thing I want to say is they're probably going to put the puck in the Steam machine anyways, because the puck charge. And you could put the controller next to the puck. I mean, you can put the puck next to the Steam machine, and you can put your controller onto the puck. And when you get up, you could pick up the puck and go like this. Unless Steam sell you a dock that your controller could get onto and you could charge it, that would be dope. Great for streaming. I think a lot of third party accessory companies going to make one for just charging. Guarantee it. With enough horsepower to take on most demanding games, Steam Machine is the perfect host PC for streaming to other devices, even streaming to your Steam Deck, Steam Frame, or any other device running Steam or Steam Link. Do you understand how impressive that is? What they're saying is not like the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation Portal who use Wi-Fi. The Steam Machine is going to help you stream it without internet, without Wi-Fi. That's crazy. I got a feeling they was doing that, and that was freaking amazing. Now, this is my favorite. Steam Frame is going to be my next VR headset. And please, Prism XR, if you're hearing this, please make a dock for this beautiful Steam Frame. And please, third party, I feel like this headset might not be enough. But if we could get third parties to make a headset with extra batteries, that'd be amazing. Your game in every dimension. VR and non-VR games. Steam Frame is streaming first wireless VR headset plus controller that can handle your whole Steam library. Step into immersive VR or lean back and enjoy your non-VR category, and it supports stand-alone play too. The one thing I'm looking at is I'm looking at the controller, and since you already got the buttons on there, like the automatic buttons, you could just play like this. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Designed for comfort, easy to use. The Steam Frame headset is lightweight and compact, which these weight balance front to rear for a comfortable experience. It's also easy to just snap on and play with no wires and no setup. I mean, you got one wire and that's in the headset, but that's not even here or there. A high quality streaming first experience. Streaming can be high vulnerable, so we prioritize making Steam Frame a stable, high quality streaming experience. Wireless adapter and dual radius. The included plug and play 6 GHz wireless adapter. The fact that it's lightweight is, I know. Happy early birthday. Thanks, President Jim Ryan. Zombie fan. You know how much I like to play Phasmophobia in VR. I don't even need my PC just to play Phasmophobia. I don't need my PC to play Phasmophobia. I don't need my PC to play Phasmophobia. What's up, Raymond? The stream frame is fine, but I already have the MetaQuest 3, and I can just connect my MetaQuest 3 to my Steam Deck and using... No, by all means, yeah. I agree. I can understand this. I don't think the stream frame is for anybody. You know? I get that. And I feel like when it comes down to Valve hardware, you have options to either use it to the PC. Now, it'd be wrong if Valve completely say, you know what, since we already got this headset already coming out, don't put it on Steam. That'd be cold-blooded. That'd be wrong. But in this situation, if you have a MetaQuest 3 and you can connect it to your Steam Deck, by all means, go ahead and do that. I don't think this is for everybody. I think I want to keep it real. Even though I got the MetaQuest, I kind of still want to get the Steam Deck, the Steam version, because I like black. Let me keep it 100% real. I like the black, okay? I like the black. I like the black. But no, if you have the MetaQuest and it works just fine with 100% fine. Don't get the unless you want to, then that's fine. But just to play Steam games without a PC is a game winner for me. Include Forint streaming. Forint streaming now is a new feature that optimizes. Yeah, plus you can sideload Windows XR and your MetaQuest using sideload that you can play PC games on your... Oh, really? I probably will do that. Not tonight. I'm probably going to have to look that up because I kind of want to go ahead and play Steam games on my MetaQuest. So yeah, I'm probably going to look that up. One game I've been playing on my MetaQuest, I'm going to keep it real, is the airport security game. I'm having a blast with that. Not going to lie. It's okay. That optimized details when your eyes are looking. That's actually impressive, and typically offer over a 10 times improve in image quality and effective bandwidth. Behind the scene, we're using low latency eye tracking data to stir the best quality pixel only to where you looking at. This is all happening wherever you notice it and works for your entire stream library. That sounds pretty interesting. You know what? I might have to start doing a review. You know what? I want to test out my review. I want to review my phone. I've been having it for a month, so I'm going to review it. Camera tracking, no setup required for high resolution monochrome camera. Just right into your games. Just wake up the headset. Okay, I'm not going to read it. They're going to go back and forth. Magnet. The only thing about this is, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of people going to do it, it's going to be third parties going to create stuff for this, and that's going to be something to look at. It looks so smooth though. Support standalone Play 2. Steam Frame is a PC running SteamOS powered by Snapdragon 8 series processor with 16 gigabytes of RAM. Stream Frame supports standalone play on a grown number of boots, VR and non-VR games without needing to set up for your PC. Fair. The original 2003 Halo Combat PC VR mods. In fact, PC VR game. Wait, what? Shut up. Shut up. No. I get to play Halo VR? Shut up. No way. No way. That's okay. Okay. That's something I'll probably have to look into so I can like look into it. The one thing I'm definitely going to be happy about is the packaging. I'm looking at it and it looked like it's eco-friendly. Wait, yes, there's a developer kit. Hi dev. We want a great experience. Let's go. It doesn't matter what competition. Let's put out developer kits so we can get great gaming for every platform. On streaming for as many Steam games as possible. Whenever it's via Steam or standalone, we'll open up a Steam Frame developer kit program to help. The more developer with Stream Frame in hand, the more feedback we can grab, and the better we can make Proton and Steam OS and improve compatibility for the entire Steam library. See, this is something I have to give Valve their credit. They've been working with Proton to make sure everything runs smoothly on Linux. That's actually cool. You can request a Steam Frame developer kit in your Steam partner dashboard. Supplies are limited. Ooh, but it's a new device. I kind of understand why supplies are limited, but we will be setting our kits on an ongoing basis. I love the sound of that. Stream Frame plays well whatever Steam is. Your Steam Frame headset easily pair with your Steam controller. You even set a virtual stream controller folding. You even see a virtual stream controller folding in your VR space. Spend Steam from your PC, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam machine for an immersive experience with any of your favorite games. I have no interest in the Steam machine because I already have a Steam Deck. Yeah, I agree that if you have a Steam Deck and you don't want to get a Steam machine, that's understandable. I get it. I don't think this is like for everybody. And this is why I think what Steam is doing, if you don't mind me like getting into it. I think this is because what I think is Steam is actually looking at Microsoft and they're coming close to competing. So they have to release something like even Gabe Newell don't like Microsoft. Like, I know he worked there and everything. So I think his whole entire mess is like, you know what? I want to I want to go against Microsoft as much as possible. I don't like Microsoft. I'm going to go against Microsoft. They already partnered with Asus and made the Xbox RG Ally. They already got a console. They already have controllers that's already selling. The only thing they don't have is a headset. But at the same time, I think Steam is looking at Meta and say, yeah, we want to compete. And that's one thing I'm going to say is this is what we get when we compete. We get options that we want to buy and what we're not going to buy. And honestly, telling the truth, I don't think it's for everyone. But I can see where they're going with because it make me want to get one. It actually made me want to get one. I'm probably going to get all 4 of them because I still don't have a Steam Deck. I'm going to get all 4 of them because it stopped me from, supporting Nintendo with the Switch. It gave me another option to play games like a console other than playing on the Xbox. Because I was planning to build a living room PC anyways. This outright did it for me. It comes with a controller, so I don't have to buy another controller. So it already comes with a controller. So I got this. I don't have to go out a headset and stuff like that. The headset. I hope it doesn't go over $2,000, be honest. But we're gonna go ahead and watch IGN reaction on this. The one I'm interested in is a brand new Steam controller. Thank God. Thank God. Oh man, I'm sorry. Thank God wasn't a fan of the original first generation Steam controller. That's usually sucked. I hated the thing. You know what? I think it's the circular thing that a lot of people didn't like. What I like about it is it's big and I got some big ass hands. So I agree with you. It does look a lot better. It looked more refined, if that makes sense. And the only thing I'm going to say is this. I wish they did, but since people have the Steam Deck, I get it. Is I wish they put the 2 analog sticks up here instead of down here. Because I don't like the PlayStation style, but I get that a lot of people like the Steam Deck way, and I'm with it. All right. So let me go ahead and get to the oops, sorry. We're gonna get to the IGN and we're gonna listen to what they say so we can react to it.
After more than a
Oops. Gotta make sure that oh, my headset not on. There we go. There we go.
decade, Valve is launching a new After more than a decade, Valve is launching a new Steam machine. And while this little gaming PC is exciting on its own, it is the next step in Valve's play
Not gonna lie, that does look good.
to become the face of PC gaming, at least more than it already is. Because alongside the Steam machine, Valve is also launching a new controller and the Steam Frame, a VR headset that itself runs on SteamOS. Combined with the Steam Deck, Valve now has the makings of its own tech ecosystem.
And that's one thing, because I don't have the adapter that go to my computer for my VR headset, which I still like the Meta Quest 3. It looks sleek. It's just, if I could get this, I'll be happy.
So this didn't happen overnight. This idea of an ecosystem is something Valve has been quietly working on for more than a decade. And now that it seems like the next generation of consoles is going to look more like gaming
FYI, I get ecosystem that a lot of people compare Apple to making that ecosystem, but what I like about Valve ecosystem is not locked down like Apple.
PCs than ever, it's the perfect time for Valve to assert itself as
Just imagine the light bar right here, like I'll pull out my thing right here, and when it finishes you loading a game, like downloaded a game and it stops right here, that'd be so dope.
as the face of PC gaming. Now, this is an opinion piece written by my colleague Jackie Thomas, who also visited Valve with me to see their new hardware, and I do endorse her opinion. So when we talk about hardware ecosystems, the first thing that comes to mind is Apple.
Good morning.
Over the last couple of decades, the tech giant has created a range of devices that all work in concert, syncing together to your settings and preferences. It's why, for the most part, when you get a new iPhone these days, setting up a new device is as simple as holding it up over your old iPhone, letting software move everything over.
Yeah, but the only thing about it is, like with Apple, and this is my pet peeve about Apple. My pet peeve about Apple is Steve Jobs wanted to control everybody with their devices. You can't do whatever you want, but then when it started jailbreaking, that was technically hacking. I never own an iPhone because when you got the CEO not really being so pro-consumer, because I'm more of a pro-consumer guy, I'm not going to support that company. And that's how I feel about Apple. I feel about that about Nintendo. After we done with this, I'm about to get on Nintendo head. It's ridiculous. You know, I just don't like if I buy an item, I should have I should do whatever I want with the item. Open it up, do whatever I want with it. If either I want to or not, I should have the choice to do it. But if it's going to void a warranty, whatever. I don't want to mess with it.
Works with pretty much all of Apple's devices too. Whether it's an Apple Watch, Apple TV, or even a MacBook, everything is just kind of easier if you have other devices from Apple. On the surface, these devices are all distinct from one another, but because Apple makes both the hardware and the software, the company can make it extremely tempting to only buy Apple products.
And that's kind of like messed up because Google could do the same thing since they make hardware and software. Google could do the same thing, but Google not going to do it. They going to say, you know what, you could use it however you want. Even though there's rumors of Google trying to stop letting you sideload, that's messed up. Google and Android, let us sideload anything we want. Let us do whatever we want with our phones. And that's why I kind of stay away from Apple, because it's the fact that they control everything. I don't feel like it's safe. Yeah, I know I got a Google phone, but I can still sideload a thing called Graphy OS, so I can have fully privacy if I want to, which I'm planning to do.
It just makes certain things easier. Apple's definitely not alone in doing this. Even staying in the realm of phones, Samsung is very similar in its approach too. There is a problem with this though. Apple's ecosystem is often referred to as a walled garden in a way that it makes people feel trapped after they've already invested in a couple of Apple devices.
That's just not that. PlayStation, Microsoft, Nintendo, they do the same thing. Because here's the thing, how many people say that it's hard to leave Sony because I put so much money into them? I'm stuck in their ecosystem. That's what it is, because the free games you get is not technically free, because you can stop paying for PlayStation Plus, but all those free games you have, you can't play because you haven't paid your PlayStation Plus bill. That's not really freedom. That's why I think a lot of people feel like they're stuck in the ecosystem when it comes down to, trying to leave it. Like with me, I don't care. When Nintendo did the Switch 2, I haven't bought a Switch 2. I really haven't. Now, if it was given to me as a Christmas present or anything like that, I can't do nothing about it. It's a gift, but I still don't want to give my money to a corporation that don't think of us as customers. They think of us as money grabbers, and that's not fair. So yeah, people feel like they're stuck in a walled garden because they charge you, they block a lot of things from you to experience something outside of the world. You're stuck in this tent where you can't leave. You're stuck in a building where you can't escape. They keep you inside. Where when you see people leaving the ecosystem, leaving this, like with me, like I didn't buy an Xbox One. I didn't buy a PlayStation 4. I had the Switch. I had the Wii U, and I have the Switch. But when I went over to PC, I felt free. Oh, appreciate that, Jacob. I really appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. 39, man.
But it's not the only way to do it. Microsoft has also tried to create a similar ecosystem several times, starting with the Windows Phone. Jackie says she was one of the 12 people who owned one of these things and says it was genuinely useful to be able to carry Windows settings.
Hey, go ahead, keep it real. That Nokia yellow phone with a big ass camera on the back, that was a goated phone. That was a goated phone. That Windows phone that was all yellow with the big ass camera on the back, that was a goated phone.
Things over to a phone. But even after Microsoft's mobile operating system faded into obscurity,
Golden Apple, appreciate it. 39.
Windows started to become a lot better at being a multi-device ecosystem in and of itself, even if it was limited to PCs. If you have multiple PCs running off of Windows, it's remarkably easy to set up so everything is just shared between all of them. Game saves, documents, and even settings are easy to set up so they sync between your different devices.
Yeah. Ecosystems. Yeah, I get it. Ecosystems. I get it. I get how ecosystem work. Okay, I get it.
More recently with gaming, the company has also tried to work Xbox into this ecosystem-centric approach. That's why Microsoft claims everything is an Xbox, because through programs like Play Anywhere and Game Pass, everything potentially is.
I mean, let's keep it 100% real. For how much stuff that Xbox been going through with the raising of games, of Game Pass being $30. All right, I will give you a second. For everything raising prices and shit. Give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Give me 1 second. After Xbox raising prices and shit, you know, you give credit where credit is due. They're actually pushing like which oh hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Oh, we're going to talk about that. Homie, thank you for the birthday gift. Thank you for the birthday gift. The stream frames look interesting. I know. I want it so bad. I could play Phasmophobia while on PC. Made on a really.
There's just one problem though. It's the user experience. Because Windows has been designed around a keyboard and mouse for decades, retooling it to be cross-compatible with a UI that's primarily used with a controller is going.
Wow, within hours. That's crazy. And I'm about to debunk his stuff with PlayStation 2. One thing, okay, so here's the thing. One thing when I was a kid, we where you could still play against all your other friends. So check this out. I had an Xbox 360, right? My other friends had a PlayStation 3, okay? We was playing 2K. They came over and they were playing 2K. I was beating their ass because I was on Xbox. Then when I went over to my friend's house, they was beating my ass because they was on PlayStation. I don't know the buttons because the buttons are different. So that's not even here or there. When I was playing 2K at the house and my friends came over, I literally sat there and I was like this. Right. Blockbuster Hollywood videos. Like, I sat there and I told my friends, hey man, wouldn't it be cool if Xbox and PlayStation could play the same exact game? Where if you're at home and I'm at home and we both was playing 2K, would it be interesting if we both could play against each other? How come they didn't think about that? And that's when I start to realize that's a scam. These companies don't care. Now, Xbox care more about PlayStation, but no. All that stuff got me thinking, like, now I'm seeing where the world is starting to become more of a united thing. That's a dream. I know. 39 years old and I still remember Blockbuster and stuff. Oh man, I missed that.
To take a lot of work. Microsoft has made some decent first steps in making Windows usable with a controller. Just look at the Xbox Ally X. But Valve has a leg up with SteamOS.
Yes,
Between the Steam Machine, the Steam Frame, and the Steam Deck, Valve is clearly moving to make SteamOS more of a platform of its own. It blew up in popularity with the Steam Deck in 2022.
It sure did. It actually put Nintendo like, oh, snaps, we got to do something about it. And they still failed.
But it's been around much longer than that. Valve's Linux-based SteamOS launched in 2013, followed by the original Steam machines in 2015. But while the skeleton of the operating system was similar, it relied on games that already had built-in Linux support.
I agree with you.
There certainly were games that would run on SteamOS, but not enough to sell people on abandoning Windows altogether, especially when it was paired with...
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. I remember when this controller came out. I mean, this controller was shown. I remember. I was like, that's an interesting controller. That might be fun.
expensive hardware. This led to third-party Steam machines being rebranded as Windows 8.
Who remember the Alienware Steam Deck? Oh, you do? Oh. Yo, I'm telling everybody that I know, for Christmas, I just want Steam points. Do not give me anything else. I just want Steam points. So I could go ahead and get this, get what I want. Alienware Steam machine, first look. When I saw this, I kind of wanted it anyways, not gonna lie.
Based mini PCs, and it seemed like Valve's PC making days were in the past.
I know.
But in 2018, Valve...
But the thing about it is Valve didn't officially release the Steam machine. I remember it was in a Game Informer magazine, if I'm not mistaken. Look. I appreciate it, Zombie. I'm talking about gift cards so I could go ahead and get my Steam machine. No. I don't need no gifts. I don't need your gifts. Everybody coming here is great enough. But but I remember that in Game Informer, the Game Informer magazine, they showed like a whole bunch of Steam machine that wasn't even made by Valve. And that was like saying, that's the future right there. Took Valve some time. This time Valve is making the Steam machine. I know. Thank you, Valve. Thank you, Gabe Newell. Thank you, PCMRs.
Funded Proton, a compatibility layer that allowed SteamOS, along with other Linux distros, to run Windows games. While
Question about this. Remember when the console fanboys saying they don't want to play on PC because it's too difficult? I want to sit on the couch and play, even though they're bringing out a monitor for a desk and speakers for a desk so they could play at a desk like they're playing on a PC. That doesn't make sense. You're coming into the PC world. You got Valve, who made a simple OS system where you can sit on the couch and play the game. They also do in Proton, so you don't have to put in the work to play certain, so you don't have to put in the work so you can see if the game is compatible. So now what's the excuse? You have a Steam machine that is like a console. What's the next excuse? You don't have none, fanboys.
It was rough at first, only supporting a few games according to a post on Gaming on Linux. It's grown considerably in the 7 years since its initial release. Proton is what ultimately led to the Steam Deck's success. Through this modified version of Wine, Valve's little handheld can run pretty much any game in our libraries,
Not gonna lie, I like Control. I'll play it for a little bit. I like Control.
albeit excluding
really
any
like
games
Control.
that rely on anti-cheat software. As an operating system,
And Control is a game that you definitely want to play in ray tracing.
it's only getting better too. With Valve's upcoming VR headset, the Steam Frame,
That
it
looks
shows
so
it's able to get
clean.
Proton running on Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, which not only allows Windows games to run on Linux, but also allows games built on traditional
And you could stream it to an iPad.
PC processors like the x86 architecture to run on ARM. That's something Apple has been struggling with. Just look at the limited amount of PC games that are running on macOS, even with the Rosetta translation layer.
The reason why I think Apple is having trouble doing what Steam doing is because you got to pay $100 a year in order to go ahead and create a game for Apple. Wait for the Steam Deck came out 2002. Wait, the Steam Deck came out 2002, not 2000. You're right. Damn, it was that early? I mean, that late? Fuck. I still want one. But the reason why, in my opinion, that it's hard to put games onto Apple is because they charge you $100. So imagine this. I make a game for Apple. I had to pay $100 a year in order to have the access to create games for Apple. How many people is going to buy the game? Because people who own Apple, I'm getting the OLED 1 terabyte. I kind of want to get the 1 terabyte too. Not gonna lie, but my thing is I could go ahead and get the 512 gigabytes and just get a 2 terabyte M.2. To be honest, just keeping it real, like, because I got I got 2 micro centers where I live. I could just get a 2 terabyte, put it in there, just put Steam on it. I'll be good. But yeah, just think about it. You gotta pay $100 a year in order to create games or apps or anything onto. I'm upgrading. Oh, okay, you're upgrading. Just to put games onto the Apple ecosystem. And it might sell 1 million, but it might not sell that much because people that own iPhones, Apple products, 9 times out of 10, they're not gaming. And I'm not talking about people that just own iPhones. Like, they don't own iPhones. This is a Google Pixel. That own iPhones. I'm talking about people in the Apple ecosystem. Like, they own the MacBook. They own the Mac Mini, they own the iPad, they own everything Apple. I don't think those people is going to care about gaming. Yeah, I remember they put Death Stranding on iOS. I remember that. But just because they put it on there, how many copies did they sell? I'll be kind of skeptical about that.
Thanks to Proton, Valve killed it in the past.
Good controller.
It's also
though.
joining a growing crowd of devices that are running SteamOS.
That controller looked good. Yeah, fair. But that controller looked good.
Since people are already...
It reminded me about the Jaguar controller. Remember the Jaguar controller? It reminded me of the Jaguar controller with the number pad, and then you got the... Damn. It reminded me about the Jaguar controller. That's actually pretty dope.
familiar with the operating system, it'll be more natural for them to ease into Valve's nascent ecosystem. What's more, SteamOS and Proton are largely open source, so you don't even have to tie yourself down to Valve's hardware to get in on it.
You hear that, fanboys? You don't have to tie yourself down to one platform just to play it. And you know what? Here's the thing. I will watch a Gamer Nexus, right? I will watch a Gamer Nexus. And what Gamer Nexus said that Valve did to make this small is to solder everything down. To me, as a PC person, I don't like stuff to be soldered down, but looking at what Valve's talking about and doing this, I want to keep it real. In this situation, in order to sell in a market that need to play games in the living room, that was a smart idea. Something compact and everything. And if you really want more power from your Steam Deck, I mean, not Steam Deck, but from your Steam machine, just build a Steam machine. This is for people who don't want to build a computer, and this is perfect for them. Tell me if I'm lying.
For the longest time, if you wanted to play PC games, you were almost forced into Windows, and it's not that hard to see why. Microsoft's operating system has always had good hardware compatibility, which meant a wide range of machines and a huge built-in install base.
Well, the thing about it is, if you have the whole entire world running off of Microsoft, then you know that it's going to run off of Microsoft because 70% of the world or 80% of the world runs off of Microsoft.
But as Windows 11 gets more bloated with features like Copilot, an alternative has been desperately needed. The Steam Deck showed that it was possible to play most games without Windows, and the Steam machine is going to go even further with its more powerful.
Not gonna lie, it does look like an Xbox, but it got display port and HDMI, USB Type-C in the back. Oh,
powerful hardware, but there's still
and the fact you can remove the front. Ooh,
room to grow. Thankfully, due to the open source nature of Linux, which SteamOS is built on, anyone can install it or modify it to their own needs. The actual launcher is proprietary, of course, but you can add and remove features to SteamOS if you have the technical know-how, or at least know how to follow instructions on a GitHub page.
Yeah.
Right now, you can theoretically install SteamOS on any computer, even if it's not.
It does look like a GameCube. I think I saw a video. It is somebody say GameCube, like Gabe Newell, but take off Newell and put in Cube. GameCube.
technically supported by Valve. You just have to go to the SteamOS recovery page,
I think it's smaller
download
than
the
the
image
GameCube.
to a flash drive, and follow the instructions to install it. As of this video, only the Steam Deck and the Legion Go S are guaranteed by Valve.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Want me to keep it 100% real? I like the Legion Go. I like the Legion. I like this right here. I like this. I like it. It's a little bit curvier in my opinion, but for some reason I like this version better. That's why if I was getting the terabyte version of it, I'd probably either get this or the Steam Deck. They give me options though. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. Either one or the other. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like this a lot better. It looked purplish, like a gray, like a black purplish, in my opinion.
But as long as you have AMD hardware, you should be good to go. And even if you can't, there's always Bazite, another gaming-centric Linux distro. So Valve might be launching a bunch.
They do have a better desktop mode. I'm not gonna lie. As long as I could download like games off of the desktop and I could get to areas where I could just get games, I don't see myself using it as a PC. Now the Steam machine, I could see myself using it more like a PC. But when it comes down to the Steam Deck, it's either the Steam Deck or that. And yeah, I agree with you. The trackpad is probably going to make me want to get the Steam Deck. But then the Legion Go color looked nice. I'm between a rock and a hard place. But then the Steam Deck is a little bit more upgradable. Fuck. I look at the prices. If the prices is probably cheaper on the Steam Deck, I'm just going to get the Steam Deck. But you get more power with the Legion Go Steam version. The color looked nice though. But I might get the Steam Deck instead. It depends. I gotta do the research.
Of official devices that are running Steam on devices that already have everything installed and configured, but Valve isn't going to do anything to stop you from using any other hardware.
Exactly. This is what I think Valve doing. They giving the people who want a console freedom. They're competing, but I feel like people who want a console that want freedom, this will entertain them. I love how it looks. You got a exhaust fan in the back. Come on now.
Similarly, the Steam machine itself is compatible with any controller, so you don't have to use the new Steam controller. And
there you go, PlayStation fan. If you want to use a PlayStation controller, go ahead and get it. Ooh, I might have to keep on streaming because you got Reforged, you got Dreamcast.
The Steam controller will work with any PC, regardless of operating system. Valve is just putting the toys out there and letting people play with them however they want.
Question is, do you think this might destroy the console market?
Both Microsoft and Valve are selling a dream of sorts. One where you can play all your games on any device.
That controller does
and in some
nice,
ways,
though.
PC gaming is already there. You can access any of your games across different launchers and operating systems, and they'll work. Plus, more games now than ever support cloud saves. The problem comes from trying to play those games on anything but a desktop.
The thing about it is, what I think was keeping people trapped in their ecosystem is buying the games. They got a full list and they have to pay for that same game. Imagine you forget to pay your bill for PlayStation Plus, and then you try to play one of your free PlayStation Plus games. You're like, oh, and I'm not talking about people who know about the PlayStation Plus. I'm talking about a person who are a casual gamer. Imagine you, a casual gamer. Let's imagine you as a casual gamer. You go ahead and play your game. You forgot to pay your PlayStation Plus bill. Oh, I forgot to pay my PlayStation Plus bill, but I got all these free games that PlayStation gave me. I could just go ahead and play the game. Find out that you can't play the game no more. And now you're like, oh, well, I put so much work on trying to create my whole entire library. If I switch over to another platform, I can't bring those games over to the other platform. That's why I'm like, man, that kind of sucks. So imagine if you have imagine you have this, right? It does have recurring payments. Yeah, but at the same time, I'm thinking like for the person who forget how to pay their payment. So imagine if you on your PC, right? You're on your high-end PC and you have the Steam machine that in the living room, right? You're on your high-end PC, graphics card go out. Well, you can't get the graphics card at the moment because guess what? It's 12 o'clock at night. You can't get to a Micro Center or you can't order that graphics card until later. You could try to fix it or you want to continue the game. Steam machine, there you go. You could continue. Steam Deck, you could continue. Steam Vision, you could continue. That's why I'm like, this is perfect. I have my Game Pass set to auto renewal. Fair, but there's some people that won't do that because their payments are not in order, which is fine.
As we've seen with the plethora of Windows handhelds that have come out over the last couple of years,
that RGB mic got me.
Windows doesn't play that well when you're trying to use a device with a controller. SteamOS runs most games and is very user-friendly whether you're using it with a keyboard and mouse or a controller.
You hear that, fanboys? User-friendly.
Add on the fact that the operating system is free to download on any device and isn't loaded with features that slow you down or spy on you, and it really does start to seem like SteamOS and other Linux gaming distros are going to be the future of gaming. There are definitely still kinks to the operating system. Linux can be complicated to install, and a lot of multiplayer games just don't run on it.
Yeah, they do like controllers. They send a lot out there. Wait, hold on. Something just came up. Remember when the PlayStation fanboy was like, we're getting sick and tired of Microsoft releasing controllers after controllers after controllers, but then PlayStation doing the same thing and they didn't say nothing after that? I'm just saying, let's keep it 100% real with that.
But the more people install and run games on SteamOS, Bazzite, or other Linux operating systems using Proton, the better the software is eventually going to be, and the more incentive that developers and publishers will have to make sure that their games will launch.
Zombie fan, if you get this, I need you to play Cyberpunk and see how the performance is
with native support for SteamOS. And we don't know about you, but we're ready for a major gaming platform that's open and free, and most importantly, that isn't loaded with subscription fees and AI services that you're never going to use.
That's what I'm talking about. No more subscription fees, my guy. Let's go. No more subscription fees. I don't want to hear nothing about subscription fees. That need to go. No, he does have. Oh boy, I'm curious about how we're on Steam machine. Me too. I thought so. No. He have Cyberpunk, but he don't have the Steam machine.
And there you have it. If you need the details on all of Valve's new...
All right, everyone, that's it on that one. We're going to go ahead and go to the... Y'all want to see some Dreamcast guy? Hello, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Dreamcast guy here. Let's go. Dreamcast guy here. Dreamcast guy, y'all ready? Dreamcast guy, yeah. Dreamcast guy, Dreamcast guy. Let's go. Dreamcast guy.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about Steam because they just
Recast guy. Creamcast guy. Gosh, he look rough. He does. I actually love the Dreamcast. I know. Dreamcast was lit. Everybody, Dreamcast was lit. I agree. Dreamcast was lit. Hey, remember Power Stone? Power Stone was my game. So my M.2 SSD crapped out on me, so I had to like get it out of the laptop and reformat it. So I'm about to get when I upgrade a drive just for emulation because I need to play some old games.
announced something so bizarre you're not even going to believe it, but they just revealed a game console, the Steam Machine. It's essentially a micro PC, but it works very much like a scaled up version of the Steam Deck.
There we go. Scale up version of the Steam Deck. He pulled it out. We need to have bingo here so we could get that bingo.
Now, full disclosure, I have predominantly been almost my entire life a console gamer. I
No shit.
grew up with the PlayStation, old school Nintendo, early Xbox and stuff. And to me, part of my addiction to console gaming is the ease of use.
Yep, and what's your excuse about this now, Dreamcast guy? Bingo is fun, exactly. Bingo is fun, yeah, exactly. But yeah, what's your excuse, Dreamcast guy? What's your excuse with ease of use?
automatically does updates. The controllers work. You pop a disc in.
The funny thing about it is, I remember when I was a console fanboy, when I was a younger kid, my arguments was better. I don't want to play on a PC because guess what? You got to wait for the CD to read. And while on my Nintendo, I could just put the cartridge in, and start playing in that for 5 seconds. I don't like loading. I don't like CDs. Now since console got more and more into like CD based everything, I lost attractions to consoles because my whole entire argument was I don't like CDs. I don't like the fact that I had to wait for loading and everything. Now I wait for loading now because, technology move up that, you got to wait for stuff to get low when stuff is big. But the CDs I really hate. when Nintendo went to the, I don't know if it's in this one. When Nintendo went to this, what game is this? Went to these cards, I was like, finally, we could get away from CDs. But then Nintendo fucked that up.
And it turns on. And I'll admit that I have started playing a lot more on PC the day I got my Steam Deck. That may sound silly to you, but this thing...
Because Valve been working on it to make it ease of use. But stay away from the PC platform, please.
It just really opened my eyes to how brilliant Steam is. The instant cloud saves, the fact that this does just auto configuration of the buttons. I put on the dock and it instantly works. This thing is a brilliant piece of tech. So essentially...
Thank you. You saw how you were messing with the analog trigger? Yeah, is what you call it? It's a what you call it? What kind of headphones? What was it? The analog stick. Well, technically it's magnet, but he was messing with it kind of weird. Don't mess with the Steam Deck like that. That's a precious thing. But what kind of headphones did you get, Golden Apples?
Scaling this up, making this into a console, I think, honestly, I bet PlayStation...
Well, Steam, Valve says a PC.
...is having a panic attack. Look, Xbox is dead. Xbox got shot in the head out.
So, what we got? So, give me a second. Let me get a pen and paper real quick. Okay. Okay, everyone. You better be lucky that I don't have my pen and paper. I have a pen. I need paper. Okay, everyone. Okay, so we got that free space. You know, we gotta cross that out, that free space. So what, we got Xbox is dead. We're going to put that in the corner back, in the corner. So we got that. Then we got hold up controller / game console. Hold up game controller, game console. We want to get this bingo here. Oh yeah, introduction. Yeah.
Back. Nobody even remembers that Butch is dead. But PlayStation is probably sweating bullets. Let's take a look at the Steam Machine reveal. Talk about the release.
Here's the thing, Dreamcast guy. PlayStation should have been sweating bullets since the beginning, because it doesn't matter about hardware. It's about software. I'm returning my defective Sony XM6 headphones and selling the replacement okay, fair enough. So here's the thing, Dreamcast guy. It's not the fact that Sony should be sweating bullets because of the Steam Machine. Sony should be sweating bullets because their first party games are not selling more than 15 million copies. Like, if you look at Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that sold close to 80 million units. And people is saying 3 million copies of Ghost of Yote is impressive. I hate to say this, but 3 million of Ghost of Yote is not impressive when you see Power World, Extraordinary 33, and all these other games are not made by PlayStation, selling more in 3 months than Ghost of Yote sold in 1 month. Because those games have been sold in 3 days, more copies than Ghost of Yote sold in a month. Matter of fact, PlayStation games have been sold in months. So when they sell in hardware, fine, but how many people is playing on those hardware? Are they watching YouTube? Are they watching Netflix? There's more when it comes down to these consoles that could do way more than play games. Matter of fact, it came to a point where Sony is selling a monitor, speakers for a desk, making it look more like a PC than a game console. The sitting on the couch to play a game is gone because now more people is playing at a desk than they would on a couch. You gotta admit this. I think couch gaming is starting to be long gone. Even you was at a big, huge TV and you wasn't at your couch. You were sitting in front of a TV. Where even with Nintendo, how much stuff that their stuff is starting to be more anti-consumer and how much I don't like them. Credit where credit is due. At least my friends and I, we sitting at a couch playing Mario Kart and stuff. I can't do that with PlayStation because, shoot, what other games I want to play on a couch with a PlayStation? I'm not there to watch a movie. I'm there to play a game.
State and sort of guess about the price tag, because right now the details are vague at best. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And
that's a long intro. Speaking of, you have long intro. Long intro. Freaking what you call it, long intro. But Sony should be very worried because mostly kids don't care about first party games.
if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now they just posted this. We really don't know what this exactly means. The Steam hardware family officially expands in early 2026, which...
Yeah, I want to keep it real. This is what I think the each thing going to cost. I think the Steam controller is going to be $50 to $70 in between there. $50 to $70. I'll be shocked if it's like 40. I will be shocked if it's close to 100. Shocked if it's 40. I'll be shocked because that's a cheap controller for what it gives you. And if it's close to 100, I'll be shocked because I don't think it should cost that much. Steam Machine, I think the 512 gigabyte might be $600 to $700. He's begging for lights and you're right. Lights and beg for lights. You're right. Thank you. He does do that. The Steam Machine, 512 gigabytes for what you're getting. It might be between $500 to $700. And the reason why I say that is because they want to keep it competitive, but I think that's a good entry level price. If it's higher than $800, I'll be very shocked. Oh, I might have to do that if we ever watch Dreamcast Guy. I will do that. I will do that. Send me the link in Discord. I'll check it out. So I think between $500 to $700, $800 max for the Steam Machine for a 512 gigabyte Steam Machine, because what you're getting RDNA 3 over the PlayStation RDNA 2. You're getting a better CPU. And it's not an APU. It's a CPU and GPU separate. With PlayStation, you get an APU. So I think if it's like 512 gigabytes for $700, going against the PlayStation Pro, I would say max 800. They're going to talk about, oh, but we got more storage. Yeah, but we got more power due to RDNA 3 and having the GPU and CPU separate. So I think the price might be justified right there. But I'm going to say low 500, max $800 for the 512 gigabytes. And for 2 terabytes, I'm going to say no more than $1,000, $1,100, and I'm just reaching. But I'm going to say no more than $1,000. If it's less than $1,000, I will be shocked and I will be happy about, But if it passed $1,100, because $1,100 might be a stretch for me. If it's past $1,100, I'm going to say that's kind of rough. But at the same time, can I build a same size PC for that price? No. It might be a little bit expensive. And then the Steam frames, I want to say about $500 to $600 just because of the the Mega Quest 3. Let me check my DMs. Give me 1 second. Discord. Oh yeah, bet. Oh man, I gotta put work in that. Give me a second. The OLED was $649. About $650. That's not bad. That's not bad for 1 terabyte. That's the reason why I say if it's like $800 for the 512 gigabytes for the Steam machine, the 2 terabyte going to be like $200 more. For 8, 9, 10. That's why I'm like going with that. So, that's the reason why I said about $1,000, $1,100 might be a stretch. But at the same time, if you look at the new, oh shoot, my bad. I'm sorry, I didn't go back. That's why it's like, that's going to be, it comes with a carrying case. Yeah, it does come with a carrying case. Oh shit, I forgot about that. But if I'm looking at it, $1,100 might be a stretch. $1,000 for 2 terabytes is perfect. Well, it's not perfect, but that's how much I would spend for a 2 terabyte for something that is better than PlayStation 5. But then if you look at the PlayStation 6 and the next series of Xbox, that might force them to, it's like this. If it's $1,000, the next series of consoles gonna have to compete with this. They're gonna have to compete with this. If they gotta compete with this and it's $1,000 or less than $1,000, they gotta sell their console for less than that, and that's good competition.
I don't know what this exactly means. The Steam hardware family officially expands in early 2026, which typically means usually literally in the spring.
Yeah, it is a hybrid console, but at the same time, this is technically a hybrid PC. Even though we're not looking at it, it is a PC, but is a PC with, let me rephrase that. It's a PC with a console mindset.
Powered by Steam, optimized for gaming in any form, and just like Steam Deck, all designed to help players get even more out of their Steam library. This is a great sales pitch. Now, as you'll notice, you actually...
Man, credit where credit is due. Valve did an amazing job with their marketing. They did a great job with their marketing. And here's the key thing right here with their marketing. You see all the cardboard in the background? That's telling me that they care about the environment and they got eco-friendly packaging. Like, for instance, let me go ahead and get my key thing. Matter of fact, I'll grab this one too. Like, I want to make this big. Like, you're gonna see how this what I mean, okay? This is my Razer Kio Pro Ultra. Is a webcam. It's right here, as you can see right here. It's right. God dang it! Hold on. It's right here. My Razer Kio Pro Ultra. I love this webcam. $300, but I love this webcam. It went up to $400, which is a ripoff. $300. It was before more 4K webcams came out, but this is a really good webcam. I like it. Rip off $400, but whatever. You see this? This is the packaging. This is like eco-friendly packaging. I don't know about this part right here, but this right here is all eco-friendly packaging. And then when you open it up, you have I don't know if I should pull this up, but yeah, I should pull it up. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Even on the Go Green with Razer, this right here, this is not ink. This is, well, it is ink, but it's not like the ink that you used to. Oh, snaps, I have stickers. It's eco-friendly ink. So it's biodegradable, and I like that. That's one of them. Number two, I just got my Pixel Watch 3 box. Everything in here is eco-friendly. So looking at the they are eco-friendly with their packaging. Yeah, exactly. I convinced DC is a gaming tourist. Exactly. So looking back here, this is where I'm like, they might go with eco-friendly packaging, and I'm all with it. I'm all with it.
Can't click any of these yet. There's no buy now, but I do want to start with a lot of people.
Dreamcast guy lying. He lied. Even though those not clickable, if he just went up just a little bit, they're all right here. And to prove that, watch again.
Even more out of their Steam library. This is a great sales pitch. Now, as you'll notice, you actually can't click any of these yet. There's no buy now, but I do want to.
I want to slow it down a little bit. I want to slow it down just a little bit. I think this is where I slow it down. Playback speed. We're going to slow it down to 175.
Now, as you'll notice, you actually.
Oh, no, that's too fast. My fault. We're going to slow back half speed.
Can't click any of these yet. There's no buy now, but I do want to start with.
I went a little bit too fast, but
yet there's no buy now, but I.
Two things. Number one, no buy now, but if you saw the stream hardware family officially expands in early 2026. It's 2025, November 12th, 2025. Day before my birthday. They're not going to have the buy now because they just introduced it. They didn't introduce the price. You want to know why? Because they didn't come up with a price. Oh, but they need to come up with a price. Why? Because PlayStation didn't come out with a price after they announced the PlayStation 5. Yeah, you thought I forgot about that, huh? How come PlayStation get a pass when they didn't announce the price, but then announce that you could buy it at that moment, but in this situation is wrong. Number two, look above where it says Steam Machine. You could click on that and it came down with a selection. I went through that as well, and I thought I could click on it, but I couldn't. So therefore, when I went up there, it was all up there that I could click on. You failed to do a little bit more research. You're a PlayStation fanboy. You realize that you don't think you're a PlayStation fanboy, but how come Sony get away with a lot of stuff and you don't hold them accountable, but then you're holding Steam accountable for that? I don't understand what you're talking about. I did it just now. And yet, oh, I need my pen.
You want to start with.
Oh, I'm about to put him back on regular speed. Jeez.
With a lot of people are making fun of the very, very strange controller.
You want to say what the actual F is that controller? It's a Steam controller. It's from the Steam Deck. I mean, I could talk crap about the PlayStation controller looking like a boomerang. The PlayStation controller is not practical, but you probably going to say it's the best controller out there.
I don't really understand the controller, to be honest with you. That.
It's copying the controller of the Steam Deck. Dreamcast guy. If Sony moved the left thumbstick to the area where the D-pad is at and put the D-pad where the left thumbstick is at, won't you be pissed off about the placement of the controller? Because it doesn't feel similar to the original controller? Right. So why in the flying fuck are you criticizing the Steam Deck controller and they're copying the Steam Deck? The Steam Deck got trackpads. To everybody that owns the Steam Deck loves the trackpad. So why would you change what made it work? I did criticize the controller where I think the analog sticks understand why they made that design choice is to copy off of the Steam Deck. The Steam controller is just copying off the Steam Deck. You even said in the video that you enjoyed the Steam Deck. So why you look at the Steam Deck that was clearly in your hand during the video and realize why they made it? Give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, everyone. I'm back. So the thing about it is, Dreamcast guy, if you look at the Steam controller, it's going to represent what the Steam Deck is. Look at the Steam Deck, look at the Steam controller. That's the reason why they copying it. Because guess what? They want you to have the same ability of your Steam Deck. That's all it is. The only thing that I can understand why they didn't put it on there is the Steam Vision that you have with the two controllers. That's all it is.
That new headset looks cool. I'm not really a VR guy, so I'm probably not going to buy that. This does look like just a cut in half. That new controller. I don't really understand the controller, to be honest with you. That new headset looks cool. I'm not really a VR guy, so I'm probably not going to buy that.
Why? Because the PlayStation VR was a failure?
This does look like just a cut in half Xbox, but look at that controller. Oh my gosh.
I'm streaming. Give me 1 second, everybody. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm sorry about that. So don't worry about it. I'm streaming. So the thing about it is I'm trying to figure out is why are y'all tripping about the controller? And I lost train of thought. Um I think I went on to the I think he's talking about the Steam Deck. Is that it looked like I cut down Xbox? To be honest, I'm okay with it because it looked way better than the PlayStation 5. So if you're going to say cut down the Xbox, maybe the design choice look a lot better, better cooling, stuff like that, compared to what the PlayStation 5 is. Because if you got to use liquid metal in order to cool down the PlayStation 5, to me, you could have chose a better way to cool down the PlayStation 5. But it's either here or there.
The controller having the double touchpads and stuff, that's what obviously the Steam Deck has. The Steam Deck has these two touchpads. This to me is interesting because it is still going to be a micro PC. If you've never played a Steam Deck, you've never touched it, this thing has pretty dang good graphics, but the real appeal to it is the crazy amount of customization. This has full graphics options, full power options. You can not just choose brightness, you can actually mess with a lot of internals to make this thing basically more or less battery sucking. You can also put emulators on it. You can put mods on it. This is a full-blown micro PC. So I'm imagining, obviously, the Steam machine is very much going to be the same.
Because it's a PC-minded handheld. You could play your games on the go. That was the whole point of the Steam Deck. Because the thing about it is, the Steam Deck is, it appeals to people who want the customization. That was the whole entire appeal for the handheld. People want a PC on the go so they can play their games or do whatever they want. So what Valve did is they gave the customer a PC in a handheld form factor. And in order to have a PC as a handheld form factor, hell, I can't watch YouTube and stream service exactly on my Steam Deck. Exactly. Wait, hell, I can't watch YouTube and streaming service on my Steam Deck. Really? You can't do that? But the benefits of having a... Oh, I can't. Okay. So to have the benefits of... Oh, it's good. You're good. when people ask for customization on their handheld to do whatever they want, that's what Valve gave them. So you saying all of that is what the Steam Deck is, is very attractive to people like me, to people like Zombie Fan, to people like Jacob and Golden Apples and everybody in the chat. We want that. That's the whole entire reason why we see that as a plus.
It is going to have that full level of customization.
And that's what we want Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo to give us. We want them to give us options. More options than either performance mode and graphics mode. We don't want just those two options. We want to customize it any way we want. Good Apple is making a video game. Right, exactly. And that's another reason why we like those type of stuff, because we could create games for it. We could do whatever we want. It's freedom. That's all it is.
But I guess as basically a pre-built mini PC and more focused,
the new Steam controller looked fantastic. I agree.
Guess on the controller experience. Now, the real reason I feel like this is just going to be such a game changer is that I've been saying that the predominant problem right now with current day console gaming is that everything keeps getting more and more and more expensive. I mean, come on. There have been four...
Nah, really, Dreamcast guy? I'm watching DirecTV on my Steam Deck through a web browser. That's amazing. That's beautiful. That's the freedom that we talked about with the Steam Deck. Dreamcast guy, you complain about prices, but yet you still buy the games. You went and bought the PlayStation 5 Pro. Well, you didn't buy it. Your girlfriend bought it for you. And you sold your PlayStation to your girlfriend, which doesn't make sense. We've been telling you that we don't want expensive games. But y'all keep on saying y'all don't want expensive games, but you still go out and buy it. So pretty much I like actions speak louder than the words type of situation. It's not a game changer to make games cheaper. It should have been a given. You want to support a business that can a banana type of situation, Flintstones, Jetsons, stuff like that. But continue with this part. Just because the game should be cheaper should not make it a game changer. The game changer should be giving you the option to do whatever you want on a console-minded PC. But you went straight to cheaper games. How is that a game changer? How is cheaper games is a game changer when it comes down to having a Steam machine? How is that a game changer? I could see the Steam machine being a game changer as in giving you a PC in a console-minded size. I could see them giving you freedom, give you options. I could see that as a game changer. The fact that the Steam Deck giving you options should be a game changer, not cheaper games. We've been saying these companies should be giving us cheaper games, but how is that a game changer?
Price increases for the Xbox. Just this year, there were 2 price increases.
What about the PlayStation charging you $70 for games?
Increases for the Xbox. The PlayStation, I think, has had a bunch of price increases, including individual parts of it. The disk drive of the PlayStation that they sell you separately, even that had a price increase. I have been saying that the first person to get a decently powerful console onto the market for under $300, they're going to take over next gen. 100%, they are going to dominate next gen.
But how you think that the Steam machine going to be under $300? It already happened. It was the Xbox Series S. And yet you keep on saying Xbox is dead. Let me see if you said that correctly.
That they sell you separately, even that had a price increase. I have been saying that the first person to get a decently powerful console onto the market for under $300, they're going to take over next gen.
So the Xbox Series S. I don't think you understand. These powers that you asking for in consoles to be under $300 is not going to happen. The only person that did that at launch was Xbox with the Series S. Now it raised up in price. That's crazy. They need to be held responsible for that. But for the first 4 years, you could got yourself a Series S for $300. But yet, what have you been preaching? Xbox is dead. Xbox is dead. Xbox is dead. Xbox is dead. You're complaining about the power, but you don't realize what does it take for the console to be as powerful. It's called price to performance. How are you supposed to get a PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X power in something like $300? It doesn't make sense due to the restriction, the restriction, all that stuff. They still raising prices on the PlayStation 5. And these things should be literally $300. But they've been raising your price. And I don't want to hear about tariffs because tariffs is not the thing. You don't make sense, because if that was the case, it was the Xbox Series S. And yet they didn't take over They didn't take over the generation. It doesn't make sense to me how you put all this together.
They are going to dominate next gen. And I do truly feel like Steam has an advantage that Xbox, that Nintendo, that Sony does not have. They are a fully private company. They do not have investors. They don't have stock price.
They showing Christmas cartoons in November. Oh my gosh, I might have to watch some Boomerang. I gotta get back to Dreamcast guy. Hold up.
They don't over next gen. 100%, they are going to dominate next gen. And I do truly feel like Steam has an advantage that Xbox, that Nintendo, that Sony does not have. They are a fully private company.
They're fully private because they don't want to sell to nobody, of course. Nothing needs to dominate video games. Exactly. So it's not the fact of domination with Steam. It's more competition. Competition make gaming competition make anything a lot competitive. And I want to be honest with you. I don't think the Steam machine is not competing with today's market. I don't think it's competing with the Xbox Series X and S and the PlayStation 5. I want to say this. I think the I think the Steam machine is going to compete with the next generation of consoles. Because if the Steam machine, 2 terabytes, is less than $1,000, that will force Microsoft and PlayStation to drop their price below $1,000. They can't all exist, exactly. The reason why I think they'll drop their price below is because not only you're getting the Steam machine for $1,000, but you're getting free online play. You're getting Steam sales. You're getting other stores where you can pick up your games. You're getting a web browser. You're getting a computer and a gaming system all in one. And if you look at it, if you buy the PlayStation 5 and a laptop, both for $500, excuse me, that would be kind of hard to beat if you get a Steam machine for $1,000. Not more power, not just more power, but a lot cheaper in the long run.
Do not have investors. They don't have stock prices. They don't have to worry about all that extra stuff. Steam is incredibly successful because the people at the top, they're already making tens of billions of dollars off of everybody just loving Steam. So because
not just loving Steam, but they're trying to make gaming as compatible as possible. I'm not going to say they're a monopoly, because if they was a monopoly, then like GOG wouldn't exist. You don't have you don't have GOG or CD keys, all that stuff wouldn't exist with Steam games. And if they does, it's going to be full price. The fact that you could go to different stores online and get the game for cheaper than you would on Steam, that showed that they're not a monopoly. The reason why a lot of people trust Steam is because they went through hell and back throughout the years that they just know what to do, and a lot of people just trust. Their customer service is amazing. Their return policy is amazing. Is this what they do? Is this it does so well that people just trust them? That's not because of monopoly. A monopoly, I'm going to say, is PlayStation Store, because if you go somewhere else I trust Steam for how they do business. Exactly. The monopoly is the PlayStation Store. Because I went and saw a game that was like a horror game that came out on Steam and PlayStation. On Steam, it was like 30, maybe 25, $30. And then if you went to the PlayStation side, it was fully $70. How come it's $70 on a different store? Oh, really? Monopoly is serious. I'm not going to lie to you. But how come if I get the game on Steam and it was like 25, $30, but when I pick it up on PlayStation, it's $60, $70. And then if I go to the PlayStation store, it's still the same price. That right there is a monopoly, because it's still the same price somewhere else where you could get the same game on a different platform for cheaper. That's the monopoly right there.
I think they're going to price this at $300, and I think it is...
No, they're not pricing that at $300. They're not going to price it at $300. They're not going to price it at $300. They are not going to price it at $300. Dreamcast guy, there are prediction. That's another thing. Prediction. They're not going to price the Steam machine at $300. There's no way they're pricing the Steam machine at $300. Like I said, the Steam machine, 512 gigs, is probably going to be between $500 to $700, maybe $800, and I'm reaching. And the Steam machine is probably going to be $1,000, and I'm pushing $1,100, and that's just reaching. $300, no. For what you're getting, no. Nope. Also, if you want a alternative to Boomerang channel called Med TV Tunes, okay, I'll check that out.
Going to be the hottest item all of next year. I'm predicting that right now. I think this thing is going to probably be under $350. This thing is going to be an unstoppable monster. But I also wanted to just sort of make a prediction, which is that I think they're really going to try and market this as more, how do I want to phrase this? More normie friendly than the Steam Deck. Not that the Steam Deck is hard to use, but the Steam Deck does take a little bit of setup. It does take a little bit of PC understanding going into it. And of course, the Steam Deck isn't at Best Buy. The Steam Deck still could only be bought online. I think...
Going to keep it real. As much as I want to say I'm pro-consumer, when it comes down to that, where I feel like it should be at different stores and stuff, I feel like it's just smart for them to sell on their platform, because it will be, Yeah, to Hulk Scalp. Yeah, it's going to be sold on their platform because it's a Hulk scalper. They did pretty good when it comes down to the Steam store. But the problem I have is this kind of hard to for people who don't have access to the internet and they can't get it from Steam. So they had to get it from like with the PlayStation, their option will be PlayStation or Xbox to get gaming. So I think that's where the key is. But when it comes down to when it comes down to it, I think with I think with it's on tip of my tongue. I think when it comes down to on their platform, yeah, they selling it. This is stop scalpers, but it's hard for other people to get if they can't get it from Steam. They, that's why I think the console will win in that situation because you could get it from the stores like Best Buy, Target, Walmart, where you can't get the Steam Deck there. In order for you to get a Steam Deck while getting it online from Steam is a used one from GameStop, and that's kind of sad, but I get it. Stop scalpers.
The Steam machine can really go from popular to nuclear popular if they find a way to breach into that normie market. Sitting on the store shelf next to a PlayStation 5 at Walmart, that's an important piece of the market share. I mean, honestly, they do say that, well, I think this is a couple of years old, but
Yeah, but you also have to understand that you got to give like 30% to Walmart because of that. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Um, so the thing about it is and that's one thing I always say, and I'm always going to say this is number one, when it comes down to selling it on your own platform, you get all the money because you created it. That's why I'm like, if you're going to sell on your own platform, it should not cost $70-$80 for a game. And yeah, I want to get on Steam, I want to get on Valve about that. How come the game Half-Life Alex is still $60 where you're selling it on your platform, and it still cost me $60 and it's your game. It should be at least 40 bucks. So I don't care about, it's on your platform. Why am I paying $60 on a game that's supposed to be on your platform? That doesn't make sense to me. If it's on your platform, it should be a lot cheaper because you're not spending extra money for shipping and handling. It's on your platform, is a digital code. I should be paying at least $30-$40 for it instead of paying $60 for the game.
For a while there, like 65% of the entire gaming market was console gamers. The other stat was people that game on PC and people that game on phones and crap. I do think that this has a chance to finally break that gap into mainstream appeal. There was a number recently that, what is it? It was like 100 million concurrent people were online playing Steam. That was like a number.
Yeah, the reason why is because we don't need to pay for a console. We're don't have to pay for a console due to what you call it, paying for online. 100 million people, because it's on every PC. You don't need a console. You don't need to buy a $500, $700 console just to play games on Steam. You could take a regular computer that could run not the strongest hardware and play Steam games. That's all it is. This is the thing that I think a lot of PlayStation fanboys in general don't understand. In order for you to get Steam, if you have a computer, right, games from Windows Live, and look what Microsoft messed up on. If you have a computer and you download Steam, you don't need to pay for anything. That's why there's 100 million users on Steam.
Number that came out this year. Steam is obviously the biggest platform to game right now, and I do think a lot of it just comes down to that ease of use. How simple it is to just...
It's not just the ease of use, it's freedom. You can use it if you want, or you could go to Epic Games if you want to. Who cares? It's a freedom. It's the fact that I don't have to pay for online. It's the fact that I could download it for free. It's the fact that they do so much with the customer service. That's the attraction of Steam. I'm convinced he doesn't know what GOG is. Exactly. He don't know what it is. He just don't know. Oh my gosh.
Boot stuff up and play on it, right? Look at this. Oh my gosh. If they manage to take that concept and blow it up even more so with this hardware expansion, I think this has a chance to basically turn everybody.
Well, I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but everything is like soldered on there, which I hate the fact that you had to solder hardware on a components, but in order for them to keep it at that small form factor, they had no choice but to solder it. It sucks. I hate it. That means I can't really upgrade ability, and the fact that repairability could be a problem too. It sucks, and that's one thing I want to disagree with the Steam machine. But I kind of get what they're going with. Doesn't mean I like it.
To PC gamers, right? I think a lot of people would like the idea of, oh, it's a PlayStation, but you can install the mods. You can put a big...
Don't disrespect Steam. Do not disrespect Steam like that. Don't ever call it a PlayStation. It's not a PlayStation. It's a PC with a console mindset. Don't ever call it a PlayStation.
Boogie pack. Oh, do you want to put on emulators? Do you want to do old school stuff, new school stuff? Do you want to make it a media box? I like the idea of having essentially the console experience, but with these extra doorways for the people that want to do it. Now, I want to make a guess that honestly, there has been these weird leaks that some sort of new Half-Life is being developed. Like inside the Steam database, people can see when stuff is being updated. Valve...
One thing guys hate with these content creators on the fanboy base, I hate when they're trying to do rumors. I'm not going to follow the rumors. I'm not going to listen to the rumors. I just hate when people say rumors. Like when the Steam Deck was rumors, when the Steam Deck was not Steam Deck, but the Steam machine was rumors, it was kind of hard for me to believe because I just don't want to go off of rumors. Because if it's not true by the company, like today I was shocked when Valve did this whole entire video because I wasn't following the rumors. I'm like, I'm not going to listen to nobody until I see that Valve said it. And I saw the video, I'm like, oh, they actually do it. That's why I was shocked because of that. But if you're just going off of rumors all over and over and over, then it doesn't make sense. Oh, you beat Half-Life? Oh man, I need to get Half-Life. I want to play Half-Life, but I want to go ahead and get it.
themselves has been doing a lot of updates for some mysterious project called HLX whole game. I think it's going to be on PC as well, I think. But I think they're going to straight up say,
Did, did, did he did he did he say it's going to be on PC as well? Did he say it's going to be on PC as well? I gotta hear that again. Give me a second. I gotta hear that again. Sorry.
now, I want to make a guess that honestly, there has been these weird leaks that some sort of new Half-Life is being developed. Like inside the Steam database, people can see when stuff is being updated. Valve themselves has been doing a lot of updates for some mysterious project called HLX. Half-Life X is what it's thought to be. Now, I think that is going to end up being a launch console game. I think it's going to be on PC as well, I think. But
Console as in PlayStation and Xbox? Or you're talking about the Steam machine as a console? Because if I'm not mistaken, if you did it correctly, if you click on that, it's a PC. Yes, Steam machine is optimized for gaming, but it's still your PC. Install your own apps or even another operating system. Who are we to tell you how to use your computer? Steam machine runs Steam OS. I agree. But Dreamcast guy, if you just click on the Steam machine up here, you would have got the information correct. What console? Exactly. I'm trying to figure out what console he's talking about. It's a PC with console mindset. Steam machine running.
I think they're going to straight up say, hey, you guys have been asking for the next chapter of Half-Life, the new conclusion.
But again, I'm not going to believe rumors until it comes out. But if it come out for the Steam machine, it's definitely coming out on Steam OS on PC.
To the Half-Life trilogy. What's Gordon Freeman up to? What's the time period? What's the era, right? I think that if they come out with a trailer that says, hello, Mr. Freeman, it's been a long time. And
okay, I kind of figure it out. I kind of figure out. Okay, hear me out. Say if I'm wrong, real quick. Say if I'm wrong. What I think is they still think that this is a console that's going to come out with exclusives, which technically it'll be exclusive, but it won't be like just for the Steam Deck because it runs Steam OS. So the console fanboys still want exclusive games. And this is what their mindset is. They're thinking that with a new console, they're going to get exclusive games. Which they're not, because they're going to be on PC on another. It's a PC. Technically, it's exclusive, but they see this as a console. They can't get their mind out of the console mindset. So they see this as a console, even though it's a PC, and they say on their platform it's a PC. It's a PC with a mindset of a console. All they care about exclusive. And the reason why they think it's going to sell is because exclusive content, which that's not a point of this. What this is a PC. This is pretty much a baby my first PC type of situation. I'm just trying to figure out, how are you looking at this as a console? But they can't see past it because they see this as a Xbox or a PlayStation. They looking at this like it's only playing on a TV because it got an HDMI port on the back, even though even on motherboards that have HDMI ports on the back as well. They looking at the controller. They looking at they looking at this whole entire picture. Here, let me move myself from the corner. They looking at this whole entire picture. This whole entire picture right here as a home console. It comes with a controller, no keyboard and mouse. It comes with a headset like the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and it comes with a handheld like the PlayStation Portal. They're not looking at this as a PC. They're looking at this as a console. Because if that's an argument, I'm looking at the PlayStation as a PC because PlayStation just released a monitor, released speakers.
It's G-Man holding this funky controller, instant billion seller. I am curious about how much this thing goes for, and honestly, what the release date is, right? I mean,
and his mindset is saying if this is going to sell for $300 due to being so small, but failed to realize what kind of power is packing inside of it.
I'm still just in that mode of thought where we're coming up on the PlayStation 6, the next Xbox, and there is a lot of leaks and rumors that those might both be in the $1,000 range. There's talks that maybe Xbox's, their next console is going to be $1,200, whereas the PlayStation 6 is apparently going to be about $700. If this thing comes in...
Now, I don't think the PlayStation 6 will be $700. I think it will be about $1,000, to be honest.
And at half that price, it's going to be a beast mode.
But the thing about it is, you're looking at this as a $300 console, which is not. This thing is going to be at least $700 for 512, $800 probably.
Especially because they have been dropping hints that they are very much working on a Steam Deck 2, bruh.
Where are you getting... Valve? You're looking at Valve as a console. This is the thing about Valve, okay? This is the thing about Valve. It doesn't matter what hardware you have, you can still download the game. It doesn't matter what hardware, what type of hardware you have, it should be able to play on the hardware that you have. At least you meet the minimum requirements. Because because they don't care about the hardware, they care about selling their software. r/gaming leaks and rumors. Oh my gosh, Reddit, really?
There, I have never been so steam pilled in my life.
Stay away from the Steam Deck, please. Stay away from Valve, please, because you are misinformed. You are misinformed.
This looks awesome. How do you feel about the idea of a Steam machine finally coming out after a decade of rumors about it? And
like I thought when the Alienware came out, I thought it was cool. It was shown in one of his videos. Oh my gosh. Is that the next video we're about to watch?
Make you as optimistic as I am? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video,
Oh my gosh. Let's go on to the next one. I am so lost of words. What is he talking about? Oh my gosh. Let's go on to the next one. That's crazy.
Cast Guy here. Today we're talking about the death of Xbox.
I haven't seen the other one. Me either. Xbox is dead. Man, raised my. I think my blood pressure is raised.
Because it's now been about 2 hours since the Steam Machine was initially revealed. And a lot of the discussion on the internet is not only how good the Steam Machine looks, how cheap it's probably going to be,
second.
but also how it's essentially a better version of the.
Okay. So first thing before we move on, I remember he fell asleep in front of his TV while he was playing the game. So I want to keep it 100% real. He does sit up close of his TV. Steam Deck. You want to know how big the Steam Deck is? It's really about 6 inches in height. That's crazy. 6 inches height. And 6 inches is more than enough.
Leaks about the next gen Xbox. You see, Microsoft's plan for next gen, instead of doing a standard console like what the PlayStation 6 is probably going to be, what the Nintendo Switch 2 is, their idea is a hybrid box.
Just like the Steam Deck. Also, Scott DeWise updated a new video. Oh, what was it about? I think I'm subscribed to him. I like his videos. Not gonna lie.
The next Xbox is going to be a console, but it's also going to sort of be like a mini PC.
Just like the Steam Deck is a PC acting like a console. I don't see the difference. Xbox is trying to make a Xbox that runs Steam like a PC because they're running off of Windows. Oh, we might watch that next. Like, Valve is trying to make PC accessible for people who want console. We want consoles to be more accessible and freedom like PC. And we want Valve to make it easier for people that don't understand PCs to have a console like PC. Really? I gotta check it out. I'm not a cat fan, but I'll check it out.
It's something that's going to have other storefronts. It'll have Steam and Epic Game Store and the Blizzard launcher and stuff, and probably a very hefty price tag. The fact that the Steam Machine is actually coming out sooner, cheaper, and possibly even with
you don't have the information if it's going to be cheaper. It's going to have hardware where it's going to be more expensive. I'm not here saying that it should be a lot expensive. I'm not giving the benefit of a doubt that the Steam Machine is going to be $300 because the Steam Deck was like weak. It's going to be weaker than the Steam Machine. I think it's going to be more expensive, and I got a feeling that when he find out the price, he's going to say this is stupid.
Actual exclusives. It's very obvious that
That's not the point of Steam.
Xbox is sweating bullets. But now they've published a statement. Phil Spencer has just published a very odd statement that has people spamming him with cuck chairs. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I will say that about 90% of Twitter right now is saying this thing is going to...
Yeah, excuses are stupid. Yeah, exactly. James, Steam Machine about to kill the next Xbox, LMAO, also about to kill the next PlayStation, telling you the truth.
kill next gen Xbox. A lot of people are saying that it's also going to make PlayStation panic as well. I actually agree with this statement. I think that
Okay, fair enough.
PlayStation is in a more secure position than Xbox, obviously.
I'm not even a business major. I'm just a person who think of common sense. How is PlayStation is in a secure place? Like, how is PlayStation is in a secure place? James Aponi, I got that. Wait. I heard Chuck Dub say, "Oh yes, with that 4060 equivalent and 8 GB of RAM, this thing is DOA." Okay, let me go ahead and talk. Let me go ahead. He clipped Alex to make him look dumb. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured that out. But let's talk about I am Cut Dub here, Chuck or Cut Dub here. Oh yeah, with the 4060 equivalent and the 8 GB of RAM, this thing is DOA. Okay, so here's the thing. You ready? You ready? You ready? You don't know shit about hardware, number one. Why are you comparing an NVIDIA card to AMD? They're both different platforms. And to be honest, while the PlayStation 5 have 16 gigs of RAM and the PlayStation 5 Pro have 18 gigs of RAM, 8 gigs of RAM is just for the GPU. So the VRAM is 8 gigabyte of RAM. While the regular RAM that comes in it is 16. They're not shared. PlayStation gotta share it. So I'm just saying.
Since they do actually have some exclusives and some amount of market share, but Xbox, this is their next gen entire plan. This is their whole vision, except quicker and, in my opinion, a lot better. But let me start with this.
You're ready.
Let me
Yeah,
just
I know,
quickly
right?
say, look at all the cuck chairs. Look at all the, oh my God, all the memes. I want to
No, that's true. It is a Xbox. You could download another operating system and play as an Xbox. I mean, you got that option. It's called options. I swear, fanboys are so afraid of options. It's actually scary.
look at the replies in a second. But let me start with this, right? Gaming moves forward, players and developers have access to more ways to play and create, especially across open platforms. Expanding access across PC, console, and handheld devices reflects a future built on core choice, core values that have guided Xbox vision from the start. As one of the largest publishers on Steam, we welcome new options for players access games anywhere. Congrats on today's announcement.
You could go ahead and criticize Phil Spencer all you want. God damn, sure. You could criticize Phil Spencer all you want. You know what I'm saying? For what he does. But I gotta give credit where credit is due. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Respect the competition. It'll make you better as a corporation. And to be honest, I'm happy for the Valve of it for the Steam machine, Steam controller, Steam frame. I'm so happy about it because that's telling me that it will give other corporations some competition. Make a better Xbox, make a better PlayStation, make a better Nintendo. Because guess what? This is my next system.
Now, a lot of people are straight up saying this. I think this is the best reply right on top. This sounds like Satya Nadella is making you say this or else you get fired. There's been a lot of talk that essentially Microsoft has just taken over Xbox. Apparently, Xbox for the first 20 years was essentially a freestanding entity. It ran on its own. It didn't have to be profitable. It just had to be out there and making good headlines. If it was getting awards, if it was selling systems, great. But, Microsoft was making so many trillions of dollars.
Right, because one of your brands is failing and they know they got a big fan base. You don't want it to make more money. So you don't have the main core of Microsoft who owned Xbox to hop in and try to make sure they're good. Pony think the boss need to be disrespect the company. Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. If they think they need to disrespect another company, let them be CEOs so they could drop the company.
They were really concerned about the profitability of what was essentially a rounding error. But now that they're doing all these billion-dollar acquisitions, now Microsoft has stepped in and said, Phil Spencer, why are you bleeding money?
Yeah, I thought they would already have been a part of Microsoft.
Why are you spending our money? And suddenly, Phil Spencer's public presence has definitely shifted to this weird anti-competitive. It seems like now Phil Spencer, a lot of...
You can't say that for PlayStation Sony. You want to know something? It might be a hot take, and you could disagree with me on this, but I'm not trying to make no predictions and stuff. I think Sony put their movie developments and their first party developments, because all these games started to feel like movies.
Times people say stuff like this. So this is the same cope you post when Sony releases Game of the Year winning bangers. How gracious of you.
Yeah, he's a gamer. Phil Spencer is a gamer. You know what? It'd be fun if I could have a chance to speak to Phil Spencer. That'd be great. Like have a not live stream, but have like do a video of
hardware plans. PlayStation will dominate the console market, and people will use Steam and avoid.
The films are actually good, though. Yeah, I agree. PlayStation films are actually good. It's just when it goes down to gaming, I'd rather play a game than watch a movie. No trash on Sony. No trash on Sony. Sony make amazing movies. They do amazing movies, and they make great cameras. The problem is when it comes down to their gaming, their first party games, other than like 2 or 3, are just movies. I thought it's supposed to be Sony PlayStation, not Sony watch movies.
Windows that'll go for Xbox. So this thing actually has its own.
Ooh, that's the inside. The SNL film they made was amazing. Oh, really? I need to check it out. I haven't had a chance. Oh, it got 2 heat sinks. Okay. And since this is a PC, I'm looking at it like a PC. Oh, really? I'll check it out then. I'll check it out on Netflix. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the inside of the Steam machine. That is a custom fan. That's on the back, so this would be exhaust, but where's the front for intake? Where's the front for intake? Don't tell me it's coming from the back. It shouldn't come from the back. 2 heat sinks though? No, it's 3 heat sinks. Okay. 3 heat sinks. But is it 3? It might be. I wish I had more pictures though. But is that in? No, because if it's in, that might be exhaust. Shit, I wish I saw more pictures.
OS, Steam OS. Instead of using even Windows, this thing will actually have its own operating system.
Dreamcast guy. It does run Windows. I know that for a fact. Dreamcast guy. Listen to me, Dreamcast guy. Have you heard of Windows Live? It happened during, I think, Windows 8. Microsoft was planning to become. I'm just going by ear. I just don't know what operating system it happened on. Microsoft wanted to introduce Windows Live. Gabe Newell saw what Microsoft was doing, and he was afraid that Microsoft was going to charge money. Okay, I was right. No, Windows 8. Okay. So Windows Live happened during the Microsoft 8 era, Windows Live. Gabe Newell saw what happened because Steam was still open to everything. Steam was on Windows, only Windows. Gabe Newell saw what Microsoft was doing, and he didn't agree with what Microsoft was doing. They was going to charge people to make applications on Windows. Same thing as Apple. I think they do charge, but I'm not sure. But it was going to be a lot of money. Gabe didn't like that, so he transferred Valve over to Linux. And he created was shut down in 2014. Yep, I remember. 2014, they just shut it down. When Valve went over to Linux, they created Valve Steam OS. Yes, it was clunky at the beginning, but they worked on it, and now look at it. It's starting to become bigger. It's the same thing with Apple. Apple created Mac OS on Linux. Surprisingly, right? So Steam OS was a thing for a good moment, even when they created the first Steam Deck. You not knowing this is kind of scary. Like, you should have did more research, my guy. You just did it just because of the video. And now I can download
Which to
Apple
me
TV
is
on many
maybe
devices.
the most
Exactly.
interesting. Now, full disclosure, I've used SteamOS the tiniest bit. I've seen a lot of people, though,
Nah, really? I couldn't tell.
talk about how much better, streamlined, efficient, lower cost to power it is than Windows. Windows.
Yeah, remember when y'all talk about games are meant for Sony? They create the game that meant for Sony, and they created the game that meant for Xbox. Well, it seemed like Steam proved your point wrong, because with Proton, it runs pretty well. Yeah, that's interesting. I just never owned Apple, so I never had an iTunes library. It would be sad if they cancel that. That'd be terrible.
Has a lot of baked-in issues that straight up SteamOS just doesn't have. The inside of the Steam machine is just a compact Xbox Series X. It's an even smaller cube, the Gabe Cube, if you like. This is Tom Warren. This is one of the biggest Xbox journalists in the world, and even he is kind of just singing praises of, honestly, how efficient this thing is.
So you're telling me that they can't go ahead and praise somebody doing something else? Oh, Thor Uprising? I haven't even seen that yet. I just never had time.
This tweet has almost 10,000 likes. Dang. The new Steam machine comes at a perfect time. Valve could truly make a huge impact on the console space at a time when competition is very badly needed. I fully agree with this. Also, might be a death sentence for Xbox. Timing is all interesting.
It was a old TV show series. Yeah, I just never had a chance to see it. Disney SC at its peak. I've been watching. Oh, Thrawn Uprising. Yeah, I never had a chance to watch it. I need to check it out though. Somewhere free. So here's the thing. Y'all keep on saying that Half-Life 3 is this is rumors. But you keep on saying Xbox is dead. What about PlayStation?
With all the leaks regarding allegedly an upcoming Half-Life 3 announcement. If they showed the Steam machine and it has a Half-Life 3, I mean, it's going to be the biggest thing of all time. But going back to his tweet here, I just think it's funny that a lot of people are really kind of pointing out how much Microsoft has just made it so Phil Spencer has given up. Phil Spencer is just in a point where he truly does not care. He doesn't want Xbox to win. He doesn't care if Xbox.
I mean, let's go ahead and talk about PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 look like they don't care either. Maybe they're concentrating on the next hardware. Maybe they're looking at Steam is saying we need to do better for our platform. Maybe you forgot that the ROG Xbox Ally is out and they need to do a lot better on it. It's stuff that y'all keep on saying they gave up, but you don't understand what's going on in the back house of the place. You know, when it's just business, not a corporation. Yeah. Yeah, it's this business. Let them make money. But the thing about it is, you fail to understand that these companies got more on their plate that they're trying to do. People expecting the next series of consoles to come out in 2027. You also thinking about Grand Theft Auto more than I expected. FYI, I think Grand Theft Auto is too overhyped that I think when people start playing it, they're going to count it as one of the worst Grand Theft Autos ever, especially with the graphics.
Xbox dies, he doesn't care about next-gen Xbox. It's very obvious, right? Phil, the problem is communication. See how everyone loves and trusts Valve? Clear communication.
Yeah, I know Grand Theft Auto 6 was delayed. This is my take on Grand Theft Auto. I'm not a big fan of Grand Theft Auto. I don't like playing the game. It just never interests me. Give me 1 second. Okay, I do apologize about that, everyone. I had an important phone call to make. So about sup, Himdari Dabas. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. We're talking about Dreamcast, guy. We're talking about the PC thing. The Steam machine. So here's the thing. Damn, I lost track. We're gonna go back to the video. I lost track. Let me go ahead and get back to the video.
And commitment. That's how your brand becomes likable and profitable. That's the problem with Xbox. We can't trust any news and announcements because Phil Spencer has gone on record lying again and again and again.
So what about PlayStation? What about PlayStation news and stuff? You know, y'all always go to these states of play. Y'all go to the states of plays expecting like first party games and everything, but they give you third parties, stuff that going around the court. They even gave you a monitor and speaker, making it like PlayStation is starting to be more like PC. But yet, what about all the other games? Besides Wolverine, what else do PlayStation supposed to give us? Don't get me wrong, I'm not here defending Xbox, you know, but if you're going to sit here and say, have all these people say, well, what about the communication? What about communications here, about games, about this, that, and the third? What about PlayStation with their games? Besides Wolverine, what else PlayStation and PlayStation Studios been given PlayStation 5 owners? The top 5-10 games that been sold on PlayStation have not been PlayStation games. Probably one, and that's probably Spider-Man, but everything else been Xbox, Microsoft, EA, 2K, Grand Theft Auto 5. The most played has been no games. But yet, y'all sit here, watch the state of play for y'all to be disappointed, expecting state of play to be a big PlayStation news channel, and it's just nothing but third parties. So if you're going to go ahead and if any PlayStation fanboys or fangirls been criticizing Xbox for not giving them news, what about PlayStation? Where is your games?
And it's just for games. We're not going multi-platform. We're just trying to do over here. These acquisitions are all about exclusives. Pretty much everything that Phil Spencer has said has turned out to be an absolute and utter lie. I don't even think it's that he's trying to be untrustworthy. I do think it's that Satya Nadella is basically saying exclusivities won't pay back our bank loans, right? You can practically hear the PR team saying, remember, open platforms, cooperation, synergy, right?
You know what's funny? You look at Steam. You look at Steam. You look at Valve. They were about exclusive. Exactly. They wasn't about exclusive. But if you look at Valve, what's their main priority? To let people play games on a service that will treat them with respect. Valve sell software. You're saying that Microsoft is going to go down with software. I'm not here defending Microsoft. I'm more of a pro consumer. I want everybody to play any game they can on any device they want. Let's just get that here. Let's get that correct first and foremost. But the thing that you're not failing to understand is that Valve sells software more than hardware. Friday night. Oh, okay. Cool. Sorry, I got a text message that I needed. So Steam, Valve, they sell software. They sell software, they give out great customer service, and that's what they do. Not only that, they are a $1 billion company. So you're telling me for someone who doesn't sell hardware that much, people picked up the Steam Deck, people picked up the VR headset before the new one been announced. Let me ask you this one question. Also, Steam controller before the new one came out. All those items sold not the greatest. The only thing that sold the greatest out of all those items was the Steam Deck. They didn't make that much money off of those items. But you want to know where they make their money? Software. Microsoft is looking at that and say, we can sell software too. Game Pass, however you look at it. Yes, PlayStation sell hardware more than Xbox and Steam put together. But y'all software is only selling no more than 10 million. Because Mario Kart on Nintendo, y'all can say Nintendo do their own thing. No. They're doing their own thing is outperforming PlayStation and Xbox. They sold Mario Kart close to 80 million copies. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Nintendo is a home console. Nintendo is a console as well. Why? Because they sold more than PlayStation 5s, and they sold more Mario Kart than their best games on the PlayStation 5. Even the PlayStation 4. But yet y'all want to keep them out of conversation because it doesn't fit your narrative. It's not because of the hardware. It's the software that made Valve more money. That's all it is. Pony think Xbox is pulling a Dreamcast? Exactly. Indeed. Thank you for agreeing with me. Appreciate it. Let's continue.
Buddy, your console is beyond effed. It's impossible to describe the amount of damage this will do. Hope PC Day and Date was worth it. The word cuck is definitely being thrown around. Such a ridiculous amount. Bill saying Steam beat them to the market with a better option. Oh my gosh. I think that part of my
I mean, if you think about it, to me, I think it is a better option than Xbox because Xbox been messing up, but at the same time, Sony been messing up and Nintendo been messing up. Telling you the truth, I think the Steam machine is a better option than all the consoles out there. Because not only you're not getting physical copies, which, okay, I think everybody understand that Steam is a digital only device, which kind of makes sense because they've been on PC for the longest time. You know, if you got a physical copy, DVD disc, because it's a PC, but it's a option due to. Give me 1 second. I do apologize. Yeah, sorry, that was an important call again. Do apologize. That was super important. The thing about it is, I think the Steam machine is not just important for just Xbox to get back into the console trying to do better, but also Nintendo and PlayStation, because yes, you're not getting physical copies. I think that's just more what people expect from Steam, but it gives you freedom. Do you want to pay $80? Do you want to pay like $12, $30 a month, $20 a month for online services? No. Do you want to get the freedom of getting games from other platforms without to rely on Steam? Sure. There's cheaper stuff out there. This is an option where I think what Valve's doing is to put competition out there to make sure the other people could realize, hey, we might lose in this situation.
Fascination with this is that after I made my initial reaction video to the Steam Machine, I think I'm more excited for the Steam Machine than I've been excited for any other piece of tech in a while. Honestly, the idea of it seems great. They've actually posted tons and tons of stuff about how powerful it is.
Okay, so Dreamcast guy, this is the reason why I think it's not going to be $300. Because if you look at the specs, AMD Zen 4, which if you not notice, the Xbox and the PlayStation is on Zen 2. 6 cores, 12 threads, that's pretty respectable. RDNA 3, 28 compute units, 24 gigabytes of RAM. Jeez, 24? Nah, I don't think it's going to be. Zubitech, really another. Yeah, he is. System target 4K at 60 frames with FSR. GPU weak, but less. I'm still trying to figure out what your GPU looking like on your PlayStation 5 Pro. But again, games will have to be Steam machine verified. It doesn't matter if it's Steam machine verified, it's going to play. Not having HDMI 2.1 is a weird omission. I'm trying to figure out, how do you know anything about PC units, PC hardware? DC guys think ponies are represented source. Oh my gosh. Look, Dreamcast guy, if you really want to know about PC hardware, you better talk to some PC people. I don't think it's not going to have 24 gigs. It even been he been proven wrong. It's 16 gigs of RAM with 8 gigs of RAM with 8 gigs of VRAM. If you're trying to add all that up, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, I see what he did. 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 So what Zubitech did, 24 gigs of RAM, right? And this is funny because you don't know nothing about PC if that's the case. 24 gigs of RAM. Is 16 gigs of RAM for the system and 8 gigs of RAM for the GPU. So VRAM is 8 gigs while the main system have 16 gigs of RAM. All that together become 24 gigs of RAM. Zubitech, if you're listening, it's not 24 gigs of RAMs all together. And you should know because the PlayStation do the exact same thing. But the difference is 16 gigs of RAM going to the APU while 2 gigs of RAM is going for your system. While with the Steam machine is 16 gigs of RAM for the whole entire system and 8 gigs of VRAM for the GPU that's on the system. It's not APU, it's GPU. That gives you a total of 24 gigs of RAM throughout the whole thing, but you don't realize 8 of those are VRAM. And I think in this situation, when it comes down to the PlayStation 5 Pro and this Steam machine, I think the Steam machine going to have a little bit of an edge because the dedicated VRAM for the for the GPU, not the APU, the GPU.
And I've heard people say that essentially it's a pretty beefy machine. It's not super crazy, but a lot of people are saying that it's roughly around the range of PlayStation 5, but maybe cheaper. A lot of the estimations are about $500 to $600. I still die on the hill that if they can get this thing down to $300.
He doesn't know anything about tech. I kind of figured that out.
This thing is going to be an absolute juggernaut.
Dreamcast guy, it's not going to get down to $300. You could wish it, but it's not. Look at it. AMD Zen 4. I'm not even going to go by that, but I know it's going to be RDNA 3. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that powerful.
I just feel like it's interesting that
it's not going to be $300. It's not. It's not.
I think Steam has just made the most interesting calculation internally ever, right? There is sort of a market cap on people that can build a PC. If you've built a PC, I've built a PC. There are a lot of people that are willing to do that. Obviously, it's not that difficult. It's Legos. You snap it together. You get a hard drive.
I don't want to say it's Legos because the thing about it is when you tell somebody that it's Legos, and I'm kind of guilty for saying this, when you tell somebody it's Legos, people just going to put everything in everything. I know he haven't built it. I want to say this. It's not like Legos, but if you have somebody to teach you how to put it together, it shouldn't be hard. I did that with my sister. I just told her it was Legos, but it's really, I don't want to say Legos because they might put it in the wrong spot, stuff like that, and they're not getting the performance. They say, I thought it was Legos. That's a lie. If you teach somebody how to build a PC, because I taught my sister and she built it and it was amazing. Delta's swole when it comes out of Legos. I want to say it's easy to build a PC if you got someone to teach you how to build a PC. You either by video or by over Discord or me standing by you next to you. It's that simple.
You get a motherboard, you snap it all together, right? But there are a certain amount of people that just don't understand even how to buy a pre-built. It's still a little bit vague to them. They understand how to game on a PC. They've probably gone to like an internet cafe or use a PC for work. But when you tell them, okay, here is you having to make a PC, there's some people that just can't do that.
So why would you call it Legos?
I think this is a new way to tell.
Because anybody could put 2 Legos together. If that's the case, then if you go to put it like that, if you can put 2 Legos together, it's that simple.
People that don't know how to build a PC, that don't know how to buy a PC, honestly, how easy PC gaming is, and honestly, how cheap PC gaming is. The more I play stuff on Steam, Steam games go on sell more for deeper discounts. A lot of times, the extra mods, the community feedback, the multiplayer, the free multiplayer. Steam is interesting because...
You see that? You said everything good that make PC better than console. That's why I'm going to say this. Okay? I want to say this. If Steam come out swinging with the Steam machine and put pressure on Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo to make their services free, I would not smack talk the console as far as being free online. I will still smack talk when it. I still will give criticism. Like even with the Steam Deck, to me, everything being soldered down is, to me, I think is no good. I don't like the solder down aspect because I like to repair stuff myself. That's one thing I want to say that that the Steam Deck I do not like. But I understand what they're doing. Doesn't mean I have to agree with it. And I'm calling that out. I want it to be at least option for us to fix it if the CPU or the GPU is damaged. Also the RAM. I get what they're doing to make it that size. But I'm critical about that. doesn't mean it's a bad system. I'm just critical about why is it, because I don't like it. In that point, I'm still going to get one, but that's the only thing I do not like, is not repairability for for us as consumers. And I'm going to say that. I'm always going to say that because I want the consumer to repair their own stuff if they want to. But I get what they're doing. I don't like it. Doesn't mean this is not a bad console. It's the same thing with the console. I know it's meant for people out there who just want to plug in and play. But it's so many negatives on the console side that I just can't agree with the consoles. And that's all it is.
In a lot of ways, PC gaming has a higher upfront cost, but it's cheaper in the long run. And this is interesting because in a lot of ways, this finally removes the only barrier that exists, that upfront cost. Cutting it down to $500 is absolutely insane.
So what's the whole argument about you went and got the PlayStation 5 Pro? That thing should have been 500. That thing, no. It should have been 400 when it came out. And you know what? Oh no, it's Alex. I love the dude. I love Oh no, it's Alex. Oh no, it's Alex and I. Oops. Oh no, it's Alex and I. We agree on a lot of things. There's some stuff I agree with him. But there's one thing I want to say I disagree with Oh no, it's Alex. And that is the price of the PlayStation 5 Pro. He said it should be $500. I disagree. It should be $400 because it doesn't come with the disc drive. Because if you look at the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 disc edition, the PlayStation 5 had this edition had the disc. PlayStation 5 discless edition did not have the disc. So 500 to 400. When it comes now, if you look at the PlayStation 5 Pro, not gonna lie, I might go ball myself. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like thinning right here. But when it comes down to the PlayStation 5 Pro, he says it should be $500. I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to say it should be $400 due to it doesn't have a disc drive. Now, he and I could disagree or agree on that. And I probably will make a case for it. And he probably make a case. Probably the GPU, they're not using it. So if they're not using it, make it $100 cheaper. Because they say up to 67%. Up to could be nothing. So people could go ahead and not do any upgrade to the game. And then they could go ahead and lie to say, yeah, it's PS5 Pro enhanced. And they'll eat it up. And it's a banana. Oh my gosh. Look, bananas is a good fruit. And I love that Odo's Alex is doing a great job. He's an awesome content creator. I just love what he does.
Xbox could not possibly be more screwed. And I honestly want to say this. Sony, it's time to drop the price. If you don't start thinking about how to make that PS5 cheaper, yeah, you're going to have some real competition in 20.
Like they will drop the price. Y'all still buy it. And he does a AI Dami Mommy. Ooh. Okay, look, I'm not going to ask for subscribers because I don't care. But if I get to a thousand, his words, not mine. But if I do get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to have to concentrate on how to make. I'm probably going to have to pay somebody to give me a some stream stuff. I'll stream on Twitch. I'll stream on Kick. I'll stream on TikTok, and I'll stream, Vertical and everything. I'll do everything when it comes down to that. And I will do some voice things as well. Because I got a design that I want to do. I kind of use AI, but I don't like how it looks. But I kind of want to pass it off to an artist to see if they could clean it up, make it look a little bit cleaner, and that'd be great.
2026. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the Steam Machine, and how do you feel about...
I feel like you're wrong. I feel like you're wrong. I feel like he's wrong pretty much. Okay, let me find this other video because I really want to see it. Scott the Wiz. Let's look at Scott the Wiz. Hazard Gaming watch Alex and is I don't even know who that is. We got to no, I gotta watch that. Wait.
Hello? Wait, hello?
Clussy birthday today?
Hi, where's out?
Right over here.
Oh, here we go. Yes, hello, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Clussy birthday today?
There's a thing right here and nobody got it? God damn. Alright.
Oh, that's awkward.
What's awkward?
I think the blast just crashed.
Damn, sucks to be him. Air fryerless behavior. Again, my parents have one. I think we're fine from over here.
Hold up, I gotta wish.
Just spawned in behind you.
I was gonna say, I didn't see it. Why is there a dog at 1:20 p.m.?
That just spawned in. Holy shit, let's leave.
Yeah, I'm
Hold
not
up.
going back for that.
I gotta
soccer
hear him
ball.
say
No
happy
soccer
birthday.
ball.
I don't care for the
Yeah, I
soccer
know,
ball
right?
enough to die again. I already don't have a flashlight.
Soccer's already a really mid sport as it is.
Hold up 1 second, Klutz. Soccer?
All right, well, that was almost a disaster.
That was almost very bad. You were just yapping up a storm. Like, wait, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Well, let's see if he said.
Shut up. There's a dog.
What's up, Sendou? Hey, damn, your birthday's tomorrow? Yeah. Well, good stuff. Happy early birthday. Yeah, mine is today.
Oh,
Windows update? Did a Windows update kill you, Blast?
Oh
Probably had his
gosh.
computer crash.
Blast got it. Blast.
I can't believe his birthday's today. Oh, wow. His birthday today. That's funny because we're both streaming. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's actually interesting. His birthday is today. Happy birthday, Klutz. Like, on the road, though, happy birthday, man. You deserve it. So let's see Scott. Scott, that's right. You say you got a new video, so we're going to look at it. I think this will be it because I got, let's see, live game service. Welcome, Lego, Scott. Matter of fact, let me go here. I think He like his burger with nothing on it. Huh. I'm not totally against it. But sometimes I do like some stuff on my burgers. Sometimes I'm like I'm not with it. If that makes sense. You know, there's some days I could mess with some burgers, but then there's some days I'm like, you know what? Let me get something plain. I want to eat something dry. So okay, I could I know. Game prices, Mario Kart. I know you said something about him doing something. I'm just looking at the chat. PS Plus versus Game Pass. Okay. So PlayStation Plus versus Game Pass. So I'm guessing live service? It was on Scott Snipe. Okay. Let's go video opening. All right. SN IPP. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. It's his second channel. Okay.
Scott here. Hey y'all, Scott here.
Okay. Nostalgic Eat Modern Game. Live service games. I guess this is it. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Nostalgia game. Would you rather talk about Pokemon? So I guess is live.
Hey y'all.
Okay. Eat modern games. I guess is this one. I guess.
Hey y'all, Scott here. These games made me sick. They're that bad.
Or
Okay.
maybe I shouldn't lick their discs that much.
Video games are the biggest moneymakers in entertainment today. Over 3
Okay.
billion people play video games.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. 3 billion. Oh my
Entertainment
gosh.
today. Over 3 billion
Whew. Whew.
people play
And
video
176
games.
billion?
Many genres that failed to reach an audience in previous years now selling millions of copies with huge dedicated fandoms. We have giant events celebrating the medium, large assortments of merchandise available in any store you can think of, more games releasing every single day than ever before.
Huh. I'll check my DMs. I'll check my DMs. Damn. I'll check my DMs. Okay. Okay. It's slash. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. But oh crap. Yeah, he does have too many channels. That threw me off real bad. Because I remember watching his main channel, but can we talk about that? I saw a video. Okay, I probably let's see if this thing charges. If not, I'm about to charge this thing up. Nintendo Switch. Oh, it's charged. Screw it. Hold up 1 second. Disrano. Yeah, I'll try that later.
Let's talk about subscription services. Folks, I remember when Xbox Game Pass was the best deal in all of gaming.
Me too.
Now, Jesus Christ, I could piss something out that's worth more than $30 a month. Keep in mind, I have very expensive piss. Okay, but seriously, I wanted to kind of compare PlayStation Plus with Xbox Game Pass a bit
He's kind of vocal in this one. I kind of like it.
more directly for a bit now, mainly because, these are both solid subscription
Yeah, that's a little bit too much drink. I agree.
services. Like when you look at everything you get with them, I mean, you get so many games, especially ever since PlayStation Plus kind of shifted its priorities, and a couple of years back it became.
Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit.
Plus kind of
I want to show you
shifted
something.
its priorities, and
Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales NBA 2K Red Dead Redemption 2 available to extra and premium subscription. You see how small that is? That is easy to miss. But the only thing, and I almost missed that until now, but the reason why I almost missed it is this is on the PlayStation 5. This is 2K on the PlayStation 5. You cannot tell me that Jimmy Butler looked like that. I'm sorry, 2K22. You can't tell me that Jimmy Butler looked like this. I'd rather go ahead and play it on PC and mod it to make sure it look realistic than playing it on the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series X. That is horrific graphics, and they're on there for graphics. You cannot really tell the difference between the hair follicles. The arms is not really detailed. And don't get me wrong, I think it comes out to 2K when they do play it on console, they care about detail. This is horrible. I have never seen a PlayStation 5 game or PlayStation 5 Pro game or Xbox Series games look this horrible. This is horrible. This is ugly. The jersey doesn't look like it's moving around, and they care about graphics. If they're going to care about graphics, I'm going to be on the graphics. This is horrible.
You know, a couple of years back, it became more of an Xbox Game Pass competitor compared to what it used to be. Which is strange because Xbox sort of learned some things from PlayStation Plus. So Sony introduced PlayStation Plus during the PS3 era, and it was kind of just like for the most die-hard fans. That wasn't initially how you got online multiplayer. They introduced that with the PlayStation 4. You know, PlayStation Plus was just kind of for like a couple of bonuses, and you got your monthly games and all of that.
And all that was free. And look at that, 2 free games per month for Xbox Live Gold memberships. I remember this too. I'd rather just watch the Pelicans lose on TV than play the game and still lose. Hey, I'm a Knicks fan, and we're doing good this year, so I'm happy. But I remember when you get the free games from Xbox, you get to keep it. I remember that.
And then in 2013, Microsoft took that idea and started offering games with gold. You know, if you had Xbox Live Gold,
they played today too.
Like
the Knicks.
A game or two a month that you could download for free. But then Sony introduced PlayStation Now, like this streaming service where you could rent or just.
Now every time I see God of War, I think about David Gaffey and what he just did on that on that grave was horrific. He should be ashamed of himself for that. And I saw when he was trying to explain himself, I saw what you said, David Jaffe, but you should have worded it a lot better. But that's still a no-go when you talk about that. David Jaffe is horrible when he said that. And he was talking about Frit being that's great. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Check this out. Nah, we gotta go big screen on this one. That's crazy. Remember when David Jaffe, oh no, it's Alex, and Fertega was talking online? Remember that? And they was having a thing, and then after that, it was, crashed. And then Fertega did a video about, I think the PlayStation ponies told David Jaffe that he was racist and everything. Don't understand the content that Frit was trying to do a bot for his channel. And that makes sense because computers can't tell the difference between racist words and stuff. And then David Jaffe assumed that he was racist, but didn't assume what he was doing that for. But then when he's talking about this is an Xbox on somebody's grave with an Xbox controller, and then now he's trying to explain himself. Oh, I was talking about the cloud. What's the difference of Frit trying to go ahead and try to make sure that there's no racist stuff talk about in his Discord? What's the difference? What's the difference, Jaffe? What's the difference? If you think Frit did something horrible, then what you said was horrible. But even what you said was horrible or not, it's still horrible. I also remember Ponies Baki Frit Dad Def. Exactly. People want to say who's the worst out of all the fanboys, but they don't realize that ponies are the worst. Then Nintendo, then Xbox, then Nvidia, then AMD, then Intel. Intel kind of like on the bottom now because they can't show their performance after what happened.
Have access to a bunch of different like old PS3 games.
Wait, Image does not the Stripe actual streaming service.
Games, and eventually PS4 games and all of that. But streaming just never really got there. You know, like, it's always something that I think these companies really want to invest in. And maybe at some point, someday down the line, it'll become like...
That's why I'm not mad at King David. King David, he's actually really cool. I like to have a conversation with him. Just have a conversation. Because since I know a lot about PCs and he know more about Xbox, you know, I would like to have a conversation with them. And plus, they're not fanboys. They're more fans than fanboys. They'll call out Xbox when they need to, other than PlayStation fans. I will call out AMD if I need to. I will call out Intel. I will call out NVIDIA. I don't care. Even with the Razer stuff in my background, I'll call them out before too. You know, even just because I'm a fan of a product doesn't mean they don't need to be called out.
Really big. But for the most part, like, PlayStation Now, it worked. But I think a lot of people were kind of like, this would be great if I could play these games just right off of my console. And Microsoft took that idea and created Xbox Game Pass. Pretty much it was the best thing about PlayStation Now, which was like, hey, here's a giant catalog of games. But the thing with Xbox Game Pass was that you downloaded it directly to your system. You didn't have to deal with any streaming nonsense. And a big thing, it was affordable, and you had a bunch of games at your disposal. Hell, I think Microsoft was like practically giving Game Pass away in many cases.
Yeah, Game Pass was $1, not gonna lie. I missed that $1. But you know what? I feel like Microsoft Game Pass should have been like $10 for everything. You know what? I don't like make predictions, but let me make one right now. I feel like Microsoft is going to make Game Pass $10 for both PC and console. I read that. Microsoft's going to make Game Pass $10 for PC and console. And this is the reason why I say that. Since the Steam machine is coming out, it's going to be free online no matter what. In order for Microsoft to compete, make Game Pass $1. Just call it Game Pass Games. For $10 a month, you play a whole entire library on console and or PC. And if you want to go ahead and make the both version, if you want to play on both PC and console at the same time, make it $15. And make online game free. I think that they're going to call it Game Pass Free. Then Game Pass Xbox, Game Pass PC, and Game Pass Ultimate. Ultimate $15, PC, Game Pass, and PlayStation. Ultimate should be for Game Pass, PC, streaming, and console. Game Pass streaming, PC, and console should be Ultimate. You get to download it on PC and Xbox and stream on your phone or whatever device that have Game Pass. That would be $15. Make Game Pass Xbox, Game Pass PC, Game Pass Ultimate, where you could do both and stream on your PC, stream on your phone or wherever that have Game Pass, and make online for free. I think they'll win. I think they'll win back their customers with that.
I remember like you could buy a box of Pop-Tarts and get like a weekend of Game Pass. So hell, you could just buy nothing but Pop-Tarts for like a month, and you could have Game Pass for a year. I'm not sure if those codes were stackable, but still. But Sony kind of learned from that, and in 2020, around the time the PS5 was launching, they announced that PS5 owners, if you have PlayStation Plus, you could have access to an immediate kind of like game collection, like a good handful of really high quality titles. I mean, this was a collection.
The problem about that is, and I actually tried this before, I went and see what's up. I got a free week of PlayStation Plus. The problem, Microsoft was smart to let you download it. PlayStation, you download it on your PC. Not on your PC, but you download it on your PlayStation. But when it comes out to PC, I know, right? I want to get some Pop-Tarts, not gonna lie. But when it comes down to PlayStation, you could download the games on your PlayStation. But when you go on PlayStation with your PlayStation Plus member on your PC, not only you couldn't download it, you only could stream at 720p, which I got a powerful PC while I'm playing at 720p, but you have to have a PlayStation controller. No keyboard and mouse, no keyboard and mouse access, even though you use that to navigate the PlayStation platform, which doesn't make sense to me. That's why I say Microsoft was so far ahead of its time.
Of some of the best games from the PS4. I mean, we have like Persona 5, Ratchet and Clank, Uncharted 4, Until Dawn, God of War, Infamous Second Son.
It was Until Dawn that was like $60 on CD keys, and while it was on PC, it was like $20 to $30.
You have Final Fantasy 15, Batman Arkham Knight, Bloodborne. It's a good collection of games. But it definitely didn't really have the same quantity as Xbox Game Pass and the general variety that Xbox Game Pass had. And to be honest, if you were getting a PS5 and you had PlayStation Plus, there's a good chance you've already played a fair amount of these games. And also, a good chunk of these games you can get for like a couple bucks used at like GameStop or something. Like the original Fallout 4, cheap as dirt. Many of these games, like the original Persona 5, Last of Us Remastered, those got re-released under like the PlayStation Hits label and were like $20 a pop. So for like,
yeah, I don't want to hear no PlayStation fans saying y'all support the business, but then buy used games.
$60 a year, yes, you're still getting like monthly games and some other benefits from PlayStation Plus, but overall, like, this kind of felt like it's just like, come on, you guys can do more. And Sony did do more.
Yeah, I agree.
In 2022, Sony announced PlayStation Plus was kind of merging with what PlayStation Now was.
You know what?
Announced PlayStation
I'm
Plus
gonna rewind this again.
Merging with what
he looked like Julius Randle.
What PlayStation Now was, which was, you know, this giant catalog of streamable games, and they created pretty much a full-on competitor to Xbox Game Pass. And
yeah,
at
he
the
does
time,
look like in that shot. Jimmy Butler does look like Julius Randle.
Felt like a lot of people found this to be fairly underwhelming. But whenever I use PlayStation Plus these days, I feel like I'm always kind of feeling the opposite. I feel like PlayStation Plus is a million times more compelling than Xbox Game Pass. But that's just my perception. I kind of want to go through each of these catalogs as things are right now and see.
Going to be honest with you, I think what it is so far what I'm hearing, because I never saw this, but what I heard so far from Scott, and I'm not disagreeing with Scott, because I like Scott. Scott is a good content creator. He makes stuff entertaining. It's his glowing face, his growing facial hair, right? But I think Scott is talking at it as a console player, which makes sense because his content is all about consoles, while with me, I'm a PC player. So I'm looking at it through a PC lens, which is fair. And I'm trying to look at it through his eyes, and I can see where he's talking about. I can see why he think that PlayStation Plus give more stuff than Xbox. I get it. But I'm looking at it as a PC player, and if I got a choice between the PlayStation and PlayStation Plus and Game Pass, and the fact that I play it at 720p at 30 frames a second on a 5950X Ryzen CPU and a Radeon 6950 XT, 64 gigs of RAM with 2 terabytes of storage in a high-end PC from 2020, and I'm running 720p, 30 frames a second streaming. That kind of pissed me off. But I see what he's talking about.
Like, which one really feels like the best value to me? And of course, value is completely subjective. What I find to be a good value might not feel like a good value to you. That's something we just all have to accept, and that's why I'm also taking a
That's a big ass drink
sip right here. Now let's take a look at PlayStation Plus first, and I think where these subscription services start to kind of lose me is the fact that they all have a bunch of tiers. And that's good to have options and all of that, but I honestly feel like...
Hold up, let me move out of the way because I'm in the way of Scott. Put me up here.
They can be very confusing. I hate the naming scheme here. What we have PlayStation Plus Premium, Extra, and Essential. What the f*** does any of this mean? Okay, so Essential is the basic boy subscription. You get your monthly games, so you know they'll introduce like a brand new monthly game that
he say the Essential is the basic bitch
that you can download and you get to keep for as long as you are subscribed to PlayStation Plus, which is a cool feature.
See, and that's the thing that I feel like is the ecosystem like Apple. As long as you subscribe to PlayStation Plus, you get to play those games. So if you forget to pay 1 month, you can't play those games. To me, that's a negative. If it's free, how come I can't play it for free? If I can get my games for free off of Epic Games, how come I can't get it free off of PlayStation Plus?
Always forgot to claim my games, but still, like, I love that that's there. Online multiplayer, exclusive discounts, and a couple extra little bonuses there.
If you gotta pay for PlayStation Plus, is it really a discount? Like, in order for me to go to Costco's, I gotta pay to get into Costco's, but if I can't get into Costco's, I won't be able to buy any of the items. That kind of sucks. But it's like, it's not really a discount if you gotta pay. It's like, I see that with Costco's. Like, if I pay $65 a year because it went up to $65, I'm not really getting a deal, you know? And then Share Played, that's crazy. I get that for free on Steam. Cloud storage is interesting to me, and exclusive content, I mean,
there, like cloud storage, all that stuff. $80 a year. I remember when PlayStation Plus was like $60, and this doesn't really add anything that the $60 subscription didn't have.
Sam's Club is better. Yeah, I gotta check out Sam's though.
It's $80, which is pretty wild, but okay. Let's go up to Extra. So Extra increases things to $135 a year. You get the game catalog, which includes Ubisoft Plus games. My God, buddy, is that really a selling point? But then for an extra $25 a year, so $160 per year, you get PlayStation Plus Premium, which also includes
mostly for the restaurants. Okay. I got you.
The Classics catalog, which I assume is the PS1, PSP, and PS2 games that they started adding with this brand new initiative.
So imagine you collect. This is why I got a problem with PlayStation. And I know Alex and everybody else is going to agree with me. Imagine you been collecting PlayStation since the first PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. PlayStation 2 broke, PlayStation 3 broke. You, as a normal consumer, you were expecting for a person who played those older games, I will be wondering why I can't play those games on my PlayStation 4 or 5. Why I can't play my older games on a PlayStation. So that's why I trip about that. It's like, why can't I play games? On my PC, I can play games. On my Steam machine, I can play my older games. Why I can't play that on my PlayStation? Stop made me feel oh shit. I'm joining the club with that one.
Yeah, for $160, for this being the cream of the crop subscription, I don't think they add the classics nearly as quickly as I feel like they should. You also get game trials, which I've utilized a couple of times. I think that's nice, but that feels strange to be a part of like the premium plan. That almost feels like it should be a part of Essential. Like it's literally like, hey, you get access to demos.
He didn't tell nothing but the truth. Matter of fact, it should be free. It should be free.
Pretty much. It's just demos are pretty much all free, man. Why are we putting this behind the premium paywall? And then cloud streaming. So, that's kind of taking some of the elements of PlayStation Now. I didn't realize that the cloud streaming option was...
It's also said Sony Picture Catalogs. This is the reason why I think Sony Picture Studios is with with the PlayStation.
That's kind of taking some of the elements of PlayStation Now. I didn't realize that the cloud streaming option was locked behind the most expensive subscription, but okay. There's also a couple other things. Sony Pictures Catalog. I'm not sure what that entails because they took down the movies and TV store on PlayStation, so...
I remember that. So for all the PlayStation fans want to go ahead and talk about, oh, Microsoft took away all that stuff. Sony got rid of their movies on PlayStation. And they're good classic like Stripe. I heard of Stripe. I just don't remember the movie. I'll probably have to watch it again. That's why what you want to do, and I'm planning to do this, is create a NAS system. I know it's called NES, but I grew up listening to NAS in the 90s. So I'm going to say NAS. I don't care. That's NAS. So get yourself a NAS system and put as much storage in it, close to a petabyte. Get yourself a DVD player. Download, rip all the DVDs you can't find online, and there you go. It's a Bill Murray. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna need to buy some DVDs. I'm not gonna lie, and rip them to a NES system, to a NAS system. I'm about to build a NAS system. I don't care. Like to have it go on the TV through a smart TV, stuff like that. That's perfect. I'll do that. Let me get Archer. Let me get my animes. I'll do that. Matter of fact, I don't even need to get anime. I watch free anime on my phone. I'm not gonna give Sony money after they bought like Crunchyroll and all that stuff. Exactly. I'm planning to do that myself. Screw that. But Sony control most of anime, and they saying that they're not a monopoly. They control most of the anime, so I watch my shit for free. It sucks because I want to give money to the people who create it, but if a corporation pretty much monopolize most of the area, I'm not going to support that corporation. Especially when they're crappy.
Okay. So taking a look at the PlayStation Plus game catalog, when we take a look at the game catalog with the Ubisoft Plus Classics, all of that, there is over 600 games available, which plus Classics, all of that.
But can the PlayStation 5 run Crysis?
There is over 600 games available, which is ridiculous. However, I really hate how Sony is handling this Classics game catalog thing, because when we take a look at what's included with the Classics catalog, we see a lot of the PS1, PSP, PS2 stuff, which is all cool. You know, I love seeing that stuff. But then you start to see Beyond Two Souls, the PS4 version of that. What? And then there's stuff like this Atari...
Yo, Centipede. I excited for JoJo Part 7. I need to watch some more JoJo. I love watching me some anime. I gotta watch some more JoJo. But One Punch Man, I'll wait until the season fully finished so I can watch One Punch Man. But Centipede. If I'm probably gonna get my mom so she and I could play some Centipede off of the Atari flashback thing, and I'll stream it. But Centipede goated. Centipede is goated. And hey, when I'm talking about the flashback controller, I'm at flashback. When we talk about the flashback, I got it. I just have to find it. But we're not playing with this. Oh no, we're playing with this. the Atari 2600 controller. Got a little Pong, got a little trigger right there, got the B button on the top, got the A button right there. Centipede. Ooh, I cannot wait. I might stream some Centipede one day by myself, but man, I'm going to be playing some Centipede. Ooh, I want to play some Centipede so bad. You don't understand how bad I want to play some Centipede. I might set that up. I'm not going to lie. Shellbell Run will blow your mind. I got to see if it's 100 though.
Flashback Classics collection that was released for PS4.
I might do a stream with Centipede.
This is just
not
a very
lie.
strange thing that Sony does with the PlayStation Plus game catalog, is that they consider remasters, collections, remakes, all of this stuff. They consider a lot of this stuff to be classics, a part of the classics game catalog, which I just don't agree with. I think it's weird. I mean, for example, you have the Doom 64 re-release. That came out in like 2019, 2020. It's in like widescreen.
Oh, okay. I gotta see that now. I gotta see it. JoJo, I gotta watch that. But yo, Doom 64 been remastered?
And everything. It's a full remaster. It has brand new content. It was created for PS4, Switch, Xbox One, all of that. It's right alongside like all these PS1 and PS2 games. Dishonored Definitive Edition, like the remaster of Dishonored. Yes, it's a PS3 game, but it's a PS4 game right here, which I just think is like confusing. It's not that this is like a horrible thing. I mean, I think it's kind of cool that like, okay, you know, for the game catalog, which is something that you get with the extra tier, which is less expensive than the premium one. It's like, oh yeah, you're getting all of these modern games with the game catalog. But I think it's just kind of weird to take a lot of games that they're just deciding kind of randomly if it's like, well, you know.
You own Doom 64? Speaking of Doom, let me see if I own that. I thought I did, but I only own Eternal. Oh, I own it on this. Is this? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh, Dusty's trail, Dusty's.
Klessy, Gara, Zombie Fan. We're going to a diner. I like those classic stuff, like the 30s, the 40s. Oh man, that gotta be interesting. I can't wait to play that.
Oh, this is a remake or a remaster or a re-release. That belongs in the Classics catalog. In my opinion, the Classics catalog should just be PS1, PS2, PSP. It would be great if they could get a PS3 emulator going, but PS3 emulation is weird as f***.
Imagine that. Imagine you being Sony, who created the PlayStation 3 and cannot get PlayStation 3 games playing on your PlayStation 4 and 5s, even with the online thing. Emulation or not, you created the PlayStation 3 and you can't get an emulator to run on your PlayStation 4 or 5?
Difficult apparently to get a PS3 emulator. It is difficult, but I always think it's a little weird when like this billion-dollar company just like, we don't want to get an emulator for one of our systems.
Yeah,
Especially when I look in the regular game catalog, I'm seeing stuff like the Demon's Souls remake on PS5. Why isn't that considered a classic? That's a pretty damn faithful remake of a PS3 game from like, what, 2009? In the game catalog.
And you know what's funny? For some reason, the modded version on the PC runs better.
They have GTA 3 Definitive Edition.
Why the Definitive Edition?
Why isn't that in the Classics catalog? Oh, you have the Skyrim Special Edition. You know, Skyrim is from 2011. Tearaway Unfolded. That's a remake of Tearaway on the PS Vita. But then you had Gravity Rush Remastered from the PS Vita, which was for the PS4, a part of the Classics catalog. So what? Because Tearaway Unfolded is more of like a remake? That it doesn't belong in the Classics catalog. But Skyrim is a fucking PS3 game. And then you're including Dishonored Definitive Edition in the Classics catalog. I do honestly think it's really strange that this game catalog with all of these big modern games is cheaper than the Classics catalog, which is a part of like the most primo subscription thing out there. Especially when like, you know, like I feel like a part of the Classics catalog, you have a lot of weird repeats. So game catalog, we're getting The Last of Us Part 1. The Classics catalog, you get The Last of Us Remastered. So seeing that there's like 6...
Yeah, you're not lying. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow, not gonna lie. What's new? If I looked at the gameplay, sure, but if I look at PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, I would not even know which one is classic, which one is so on and so forth, what's one remake and stuff, because I would not know. If it was said PlayStation 4 and I say Doom and I'm like, oh, that's a classic, oh, that's a remake, they remade Doom 64. Yeah,
like there's a lot of like repeat games here. To be fair, this service works on both PS4 and PS5, so that's gonna happen. But I just find it to be a bit of a confusing thing, especially if these are a part of two different tiers where this Classics catalog is more expensive, and I don't think that should be the case. I really like what Sony's doing with the Classics catalog. I love that they're actually finally bringing PS1 games back into the fray. For some reason, for like the entire PS4 generation,
Soul Calibur,
they didn't offer
best one,
PS1
Soul Calibur
games.
2,
They randomly started offering like PS2
GameCube,
games for a second there, but they kind of gave up on that for a bit. Because like back on the PS3, they went crazy with PS1 games. There are PS1 games all over that store. And you know what I think is really damn cool? If you bought any of these PS1 games on the PS3 and they got re-released on this service, you don't even have to be subscribed to PS Plus to re-download games that you've already bought on the PS3. They're already on your...
Wait. So, wait. Hold the fuck up. So let me get this straight. You bought games from the PlayStation 3. That is PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. You went over to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. You cannot play those games? Even when you had your account for that long? You can't transfer your games that you bought on the PlayStation 3 over to the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5? And what I mean by transfer, I'm talking about you already bought them. So you got a double buy? I did not know that. So the PlayStation fanboys have to double buy the games because their purchase didn't come from the PlayStation 3 towards the PlayStation 5? What the actual fuck? It's not the fact of you lost all your, no, you did lose all your money because the games that you bought in the past don't go over to your PlayStation. Oh, I'd be pissed. That would have forced me to go to PC. I would say, I'm just leaving all the games. You tell me I gotta rebuy it? Nah, I'm good.
Account. If you bought Resident Evil on the PS3, you can download it for free on your PS5, and I think that is cool. I also think the fact that
they robbed you. You really got robbed, and you didn't notice. You literally got robbed. You literally got robbed.
PSP games are available is really neat as well. The weird thing is, I think a lot of games that they're re-releasing from the PSP have like PS3 versions or maybe like PS2 version or something else where it's kind of fun.
I am shocked. I'm shocked. You got robbed. So let me get this straight. Let's say you found a game for $1, but then when you went over to the PlayStation 5, that $1 game you paid for is now $7, and you can't get that game back because they didn't let you.
Funny to see like, oh wow, Tekken 6 is on this service, and then you look and it's the fucking PSP version of the game. Like, I think that's cool and funny as hell that weird ass port of the game is now available on PS4 and PS5. But you can look at the star rating of this game, and you can tell a lot of people immediately downloaded Tekken 6 and were like, oh, what the and I feel like with all the stuff they're re-releasing,
and they're not telling you the truth. Wow. That's crazy.
I think it would help a lot if they kind of showcase like, hey, this game is from this system a little bit better. Just looking at this list, like Secret Agent Clank, I don't know if that's the PS2 version or the PSP version they're talking about.
Good point.
Because there were two different versions of that game. Oh, what the hell? They consider Strider to be in the Classics catalog? That's like a new game for Strider. Like, Strider is like a classic arcade game.
Yeah, was it on the NES? No. It was on the Sega Genesis.
And then there was like Strider 2 on the PS1, but Strider, like, this is like a game that released in 2014 on PS4. It's like a reboot. Why is this in the classic section? However, disregarding all of the weirdness there, I really do think this is a very strong lineup of games. I think especially considering you get a lot of the PlayStation exclusive titles, a lot of the Sony published games, a part of this catalog. I generally find that when I try to look up a game on the PlayStation Store, oftentimes the game that I'm looking up is often available on PlayStation Plus's game catalogs. Now, unlike the Xbox Game Pass initiative of, oh, you get your day one Xbox exclusives on Xbox Game Pass, Sony doesn't generally try to do that nearly as much as Microsoft does, where like, oh, this game is day one available on PlayStation Plus or anything like that. They do it, but not nearly as much as Microsoft really pushes that. But I think
yeah, that's a win for me. I mean, if I gotta choose one, if I get brand new games day and date, only paying like at that time $15 a month, that's worth it.
That's honestly to their benefit. I think you get just like a good quality catalog on PlayStation Plus, and I find that it feels like it's always kind of like expanding. I think my main problem with Xbox Game Pass is yes, that's cool that you get day one Xbox games, but at the same time, there's not a ton of Xbox games I'm really hankering to play day one. I mean, even just getting like
same thing with not with God of War, but with PlayStation. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I get it, and you're more attracted to PlayStation. I get it. Me, on the other hand, I don't care about the PlayStation games. I could just wait until it comes out to PC. And to be honest, to play a brand new game, and all you gotta do is pay, like, at the time I was doing it, $15 for a month, to me is a little bit more attracting, because it's like I don't have to spit out a whole bunch of money just to play one game. And to be honest, the Xbox lineup is a little bit more attractive to me because I don't mind playing Forza Horizon. I don't mind playing Halo. I don't mind playing like Gears of War and stuff. But since Microsoft been doing raising prices and stuff, I haven't played Gears of War because I'm not going to go ahead and pay money just support a company that raise the prices. Crazy. Now I understand if you raise it just a little bit, cool, I get it. It happens, but you jump like 50%. Nah, I'm good.
Ragnarok, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima. Just like those 3 games right there, just having that as a part of the catalog is pretty nuts. Those are some damn quality games right there. And those are just a part of the standard game catalog. So I would say so far, my preference is going for the extra tier of PlayStation Plus. You know I love me some classic games and all that junk, but I don't really find that to be great added value. It's cool added value, but again, like I said, I honestly feel like it should be swapped around, and you should get the classic game lineup in the extra tier, and the full-blown game catalog as a part of the premium tier. Essential is fundamentally kind of the same as it's always been, the monthly games, online multiplayer. Extra, you get the game catalog.
The question is why we accept this period. Like I said, if the Steam machine dropped down to, if the Steam machine comes out, I feel like for them, like PlayStation and Xbox need to be competing is with Xbox free online games, make Xbox Game Pass $10, Xbox PC Game Pass $10, make Ultimate $15. Same thing with PlayStation. The extra, the essential should be free. Extra $10, premium $15 a month. And make sure you add PC in that.
Catalog and then premium. The Sony Pictures catalog, which is like 100 or so movies from Sony Pictures that you can stream. What, Gran Turismo? No Hard Feeling?
The Equalizer not bad, though.
A lot of these movies I've definitely already seen available on Netflix at one point or another, so it isn't like the biggest plus in the world. I mean, like, I'll take it. You know, if a movie's on there, that's kind of cool. Movie's on there. But, yeah, I've never heard anybody talk about getting Sony Pictures Core for free alongside the premium PS Plus subscription.
You know what? When I was on Microsoft for a hot second, they gave me Bleach Season 1. I'm not going to complain.
So take that as you will. So yeah, overall PlayStation Plus in its current state, I think is decent, but it is definitely very pricey for the premium and extra options. Even how Essential is pricey at $80 a year. But we'll definitely see just how pricey things are by comparing it directly to Xbox Game Pass. So I remember when Xbox Game Pass was kind of a no-brainer back in like 2019 or so, when it was like, oh my god, this is like a crazy deal. It was pretty affordable, and they had loads of games entering there, and that was around the time Xbox started their Day One initiative. I remember when Gears 5 launched in late 2019, you know, that being Day One on Game Pass. That was around the time that Xbox One physical games started to become like less and less lucrative. Like, I saw barely anybody own Gears 5 on disc.
Oh,
okay. It was all
that's
like
fine.
Game Pass, and that's kind
I'm
of
still
how
here.
we got to the point that we are
over.
at with Xbox right now, where digital sales and Game Pass is pretty much all Xbox is about these days. But while Game Pass was...
You know what? The reason why I think that there was ahead of the curve is because I wanted to treat Xbox like Gear 5 was bad though. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played it. I'm not going to say it was good or bad, but if you say it was bad, fair enough. But I wanted to say Microsoft is like, their mindset was like looking at like, I want to compare when it comes down to hardware, I want to compare Nintendo to Apple. When it comes down to business wise, I want to compare PlayStation to Apple. and I want to compare Microsoft business wise into like Google. I mean, into like Android. And this is funny. Apple came out with the iPhone. Well, let me make myself bigger. Apple came out with the iPhone. Innovative. People trying to catch up, stuff like that. Android came out as well, so on and so forth. Whatever. I would say around. You're right. I agree. I would say when Apple really ran away with the iPhone, kind of left like Android behind everything with like camera quality, video quality, and stuff like that. It was kind of noticeable. As you can see, I'm holding my Google Pixel phone up right now. I get it. It's going. But I feel like Apple got so stuck into it. Google, Android, stuff like that, start concentrating on the future, AI, stuff like that. I'm not saying Apple doing that. I'm not saying Microsoft doing that. I'm just saying pretty much the business part of it, because you'll see it in like multiple stuff. What the fuck? I'm gonna watch that. What the fuck is that? Okay, but let me go back onto topic real quick. So while Apple is comfortable because people were buying iPhones around the world, especially, you see Android getting better. Like my video of my PC setup came off of this Google Pixel 10, 8K, stuff like that. It was satellite gaming. Oh, I gotta watch that. I like to learn. I love to learn. So while Google, Android, Samsung, so on and so forth, Gemini came out. Now, yes, I do use Gemini. I do use AI, but I use it as a tool. I don't use it to like sell or anything like that. Like I like to talk to Gemini like regular, like to see what I could do and everything. I like to set stuff and everything. I just use Gemini as a tool. I don't use it to create a lot of stuff. And with a little help from Microsoft. Exactly. So I'm just saying Microsoft's like the Google because they're looking towards the future. They seeing where it's going. Apple, look what they're doing. People are starting to be disappointed in Apple. People saying you lied about AI, which Apple AI is not the greatest. Now a lot of people are starting to realize, hey, you can get a better phone with a different corporation. That's where I feel like Sony is going to be doing. I can see it. You see it with the subscription. You see it because everybody's so concentrating on hardware, but they're not concentrating on software. They're not selling enough software. And with Microsoft, they're concentrating on the software because they know hardware is not going to last that long. And yes, they're going to come out with another console. I don't know how long, but their best bet is to sell in software. You can see it. The top selling games on PlayStation is Microsoft games. So, yeah. It's whatever, but, you know, people's not going to realize it until it hit them in the face. And now Apple is trying to come back from, using AI, and a lot of people just don't care about their phones. Matter of fact, a lot of people's not really buying Apple iPhones, like a lot of people not buying the PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation Portal. That's just how it is. I like asking Alexa joke. Oh my gosh, I need to ask Google that. Hey Google, what's the joke of today?
Why was the turkey excused from the dinner table? It was using foul language.
Okay, that was good. Why was the turkey excused from the dinner table? It was using foul language. Okay, that's funny.
It was really exciting
That's
back
funny.
then. I think Microsoft was willing to take more of a risk on it, and that's why, like, hey, the prices were fairly low, and, you know, it was a brand new thing, and not as many people were subscribing, and it didn't have as much of, like, a wide user base to the point that, like, Microsoft was losing money on it, it doesn't really matter. But then as the years went on, it became obvious that Xbox Game Pass kind of became like Microsoft's golden goose, their big idea of like the future of Xbox. This is what it's all about. The Netflix of gaming, pretty much. But after all
I feel like if Xbox came out saying their Game Pass was $30 for the beginning, $1 to join, $30 for the beginning, I don't think they would take a lot of backlash as it is now. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but I'm just saying they probably won't take a lot of backlash. It's basically Blockbuster. Yeah, exactly.
The acquisitions they made, you know, like Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, you know, prices kept on raising, and let's take a look at this. So, firstly, Essential, same exact name as PlayStation Plus, but it's $10 a month. You get 50 plus games on Xbox, PC, and supported devices. Now, yeah, Microsoft is kind of doing something similar to what like the PlayStation Plus collection was back in 2020 when Sony introduced that. And that has since gone away, and they pretty much just turn that into this whole like game catalog.
Also, $30 is for
what
new
Microsoft does is for the
joggers.
Baseline tier of Game Pass,
Yeah.
you get online multiplayer. And you also get a handful of games. So in 2023, okay,
I gotta look at this. 50 plus games on Xbox console, PC, and supported device. I like the old ones better. Stream games, including selected games you already own. Really? I own like probably a couple games. I'll check it right now, actually. I'll just have to download Game Pass. But don't know it right now. I'll check it out. I don't know if I actually have it, but Xbox install. Online console multiplayer. Play and earn up to $25 a year in the store with rewards. I don't like that. Because $25 a year, why? Benefits for games like League of Legends and Call of Duty Warzone. Ugh.
And you also get a handful of games. So in 2023, Microsoft actually combined Xbox Live Gold and Xbox Game Pass to create this whole amalgamation or whatever the hell. I mean, it makes sense. Microsoft was sticking with the whole games with gold service for Xbox Live users, and you could tell near the end of Xbox Live Gold, like they were stretching things. They were really struggling to give you like anything worthwhile with games with gold. You know, having two separate subscription services, one for online multiplayer where you get 2 free games a month or something like that, and then one that's all about like all of these games that you get, you know, as a part of the subscription. Makes sense to kind of combine them. But then we have premium, so you get 2.
Okay. Download. Yeah, I'm going to check it though. I'm definitely going to check it. Definitely. I'm not going to download it now because your boy trying to save up for the Valve lineup. Your boy trying to save up for the Valve lineup. Premium, get your first day 14 days for $1. More than PlayStation, I can tell you that, because I think they give you a week. Then $14.99 a month. That could easily be Ultimate, and then for everything else, I do have Darkwood. 200 plus games on Xbox console, PC, and supported device. New Xbox Pro games join the library within 12 months of launch. Stream games with shorter wait time, include selected games. Dang, how many people streaming? Play and earn up to $50 a year. I still don't like that. Benefit for games like League of Legends and Call of Duty Warzone. Online console multiplayer. Again, online should be free. Then you should make Xbox console $10, Xbox PC $10, and then make Xbox Ultimate that you can stream on any device. No, it should be Xbox console for $10, Xbox PC for $10, and make Xbox streaming $5. The $50 is basically gift card money. Exactly.
100 games, new Xbox published games within the first year of launch, and that's $15. And then you have Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
Okay. 500 plus games on Xbox console, PC, and supported device. New games on day one include new Xbox published games and third-party games. Include EA Play, Ubisoft Classic, Fortnite Crew, coming November. What the fuck is a Fortnite Crew? Fortnite Crew is the best way to experience Fortnite. For $11.99 a month, get 1,000 V-Bucks and a special item monthly, plus full access to passes. So they took Ultimate for $20 and they just added Fortnite Crew. Yeah, why do I care about Fortnite Crew? That's crazy.
Which this was a big controversy, seeing the price increase for this. $30 a month, which is wild. You look at PlayStation Plus's game catalog, and for premium, a 1-month subscription of that is $18, which is still pretty damn high.
Play and Ubisoft, I don't even care about those.
To $30 a month, and you don't even get like all the cool PlayStation exclusives.
Except for Mirror Edge. Mirror Edge is a late game.
On Xbox, obviously. Okay. What are we possibly getting for this? Well, this is where you get the day one games, and you also get EA Play and Ubisoft Plus. You also get Fortnite Crew. Yeah, I mean, EA Play is a cool addition, in my opinion. I think having all the EA games, and even the Ubisoft games, because Ubisoft has some good games, and that is included with PlayStation Plus, but not EA Play. So, you know, that...
I remember that Sony didn't want EA on them, so they went to Microsoft, and Microsoft said sure. And now it's like, if you get a Microsoft, it's like this. I see it as this. There's a lot of sports fans that play a lot of football and soccer, or football in other countries, and that could sell Xboxes over there because they'll get access to it. And I was like, that was a smart idea. Kind of anti-consumerism, but smart.
That is nice, especially considering how the EA Play subscription...
Fuck! What?
Per month by itself is $6, and Ubisoft Plus Classics by itself is $8 a month. So considering that, okay, sure, comparing the prices going...
Also, PlayStation still doesn't want Game Pass on place. They losing money.
From $15 to $30. I mean, like, I don't...
Because they could pull the Apple. They could go ahead and charge $40 to $50, and they'll could make the money. Like, as a business person, I would say I'll charge $50 for what you call it. I'll charge $50 for Game Pass, and I will keep the $20 for myself.
I don't even think getting EA Play and Ubisoft Plus Classics with your Game Pass Ultimate subscription is necessarily the same thing as just straight up signing up for Ubisoft Plus or straight up signing up for EA Play.
Because at the same time, it'll force people to go to Xbox if they just want the nope. You got fanboys that are going to say if it's on PlayStation, there's no point in me getting the Xbox. So yeah, it'd be smart for them to make
You
it.
just get a lot of those EA games and Ubisoft games as part of this higher subscription tier. But still, $30 a month. That is like one of the highest subscriptions I've seen. But let's see what's included with all three of these tiers here. All right, so Xbox Game Pass Essential is directly comparable to PlayStation Plus Essential. They're both pretty much there as the baseline, hey, you get online multiplayer with this, plus you get some free games. Now, with PlayStation Plus, you don't get the instant collection of a handful of games anymore, but you still get the monthly selection of some free games, and you get some genuinely really high quality stuff with that. Xbox Game Pass Essential actually includes like 68 games, it says, as a part of like the Essential lineup. So you do get a good amount of games. Now, there's some weird things here. For example, Call of Duty Warzone, Asphalt Legends, both free games.
Look, I remember Asphalt was like a goated Nintendo Switch game. I still have it. Not Nintendo Switch, but Nintendo DS game. I still have Asphalt for the DS. I love that game. Nice little soundtrack, good cars, upgradability. It was good. What they did is horrible. I don't see them as a good game anymore.
Of course, with Call of Duty Warzone, I know like with Game Pass, you do get like some extra...
Like, this is when they thought of racing games. Yeah, it's a mobile franchise, but if you saw Asphalt for the, like, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up. Like, this right here, like, it might be dated, but this right here, that's right, because this was made by Gameloft. Like, the graphics look bad, but this is what I was getting. Oh, this brings me back. I really want to emulate this so bad. I'm sorry, nostalgia getting to me right now. But I'm starting to get it now. It was owned by GameSoft, and Ubisoft bought them. I see now. Fuck you, Ubisoft.
Bonuses and whatnot, but it's still kind of like this retro classics thing is interesting. There's this service on consoles and PC called Antstream that's just this big old cloud streaming like classic game library thing, and Microsoft partnered with them to do specifically basically that exact thing, but for games that Microsoft owns. So Activision classic games, and they also have like some old point and click adventures from like Sierra on there. But still, the fact that it's cloud-based, I'm almost kind of like, why is this its own separate thing? Why can't you just incorporate these things in that Antstream cloud gaming platform or something? Instead, you have the Antstream thing and this retro classics thing. And just the fact that it's all cloud streamed, and a lot of them are like these old-ass Atari 2600 games.
I'm like, what? This is just kind of a lame inclusion. I'm
What,
gonna be
is
honest. If it
Pitfall
was an actual like
Kaboom?
native collection of these retro games, hell yeah, sure. But the fact that it's cloud streaming, I'm like, I don't really.
Oh,
care.
you streaming
there's
it?
some good
Oh, okay,
stuff
fair.
here. You get Elder Scrolls Online, Stardew Valley, Payday 2. You get Fallout 4, Gears 5, Dishonored 2, Doom Eternal, Batman Arkham Knight. But you know, it is definitely kind of like, okay, you get this general selection of games,
Vampire
and for the
Survivors.
most part,
Ugh.
it's some decent stuff. But you know,
Its stream is also good. Really? I gotta check. Man, there's so many games I need to check out.
no, it's gonna rotate out here and there. You're not always gonna have the exact same games. At least with the monthly games on PS Plus, you just have to download them that month, and you just have them for as long as you have PlayStation Plus, which is nice. However,
But at the same time, you're still paying for those games, and if you don't pay for that month, then guess what? It's no more. It's like you got to pay some more. You still have to give Sony money, you know. And to me, I feel like that's so just disingenuous. I don't like that.
I will definitely say for $10 a month, and for the tier that is all about online multiplayer, firstly, gonna be honest, $10 a month just for online multiplayer, that's a little stinky. But they
Yeah, it should be free.
definitely tried to make the cost worth it.
I was naive during the Xbox 360 era because you're paying the money for better service. I was naive.
By including all this stuff. And I will say, I do feel like having access to 50 or so pretty quality titles for the most part. I mean, like, it's not bad. But I do think the monthly game lineups from PlayStation Plus is a bit more just compelling, just because as long as you play those games, you can play them for as long as you want. They're yours, buddy. Xbox Game Pass, it's always kind of like, hey,
oh, that's funny.
This could leave at any moment, you know? Now, the thing is with Xbox Game Pass Premium, this is only $15.
Oh, Supermarket Simulator? Okay.
A month, and we skyrocket to over 300 games. And I think it's a bit hard to kind of see, like, okay, so what's the main draw of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate?
Good. Oh,
and at this point, it does kind of seem like it's the day one.
Okay, I like his style. I won't have it
releases,
because, you know,
Ubisoft,
I care about
EA titles,
not being a version.
and maybe some extra things here and there. So, for example, something like Hollow Knight Silksong that launched on Xbox Game Pass, but that was on day one. So that's a part of Game Pass Ultimate, but when you go over to Xbox Game Pass Premium, it's not there. So I can definitely understand why they wanted to increase that price after they made Call of Duty Day 1 on Xbox Game Pass. God damn, that Activision Blizzard acquisition is just gonna fucking kill us all, isn't it? So what do I think?
Not gonna lie, that cutscene was kind of badass.
This lineup. Well, I think it is kind of
and
hard
I hate cutscenes.
to really be able to make much of this when it's 800 games or so.
Wait, Assassin's Creed Chronicle China.
Really?
When did Assassin's Creed Chronicle China came out?
Be able to make much of this when it's 800 games or so, and you know, you're just kind of going through all this crap, man. I will definitely say having EA titles is nice. I played A Way Out and It Takes Two on Xbox Game Pass.
I kind of do want to play The Way Out, not gonna lie. A long time ago. Really?
A Way Out is cool. It Takes Two is one of the best games ever made. And I do think having Xbox titles day one is
Assassin's Creed
nice.
China came out that long?
Specifically because, and this isn't much of a compliment, because Xbox published games within the past 5 years or so have been incredibly disappointing, mediocre, or just flat out bad.
Look, out of all those games, I want to say Starfield was probably the best one. But I still know people that will play Redfall, and they say it's pretty good.
So, being able to...
But we know how it is.
Just try them as a part of a subscription you're already subscribed to. Definitely better than spending $60, $70, $80 on some of these games. Here's my main thing with a lot of these subscription services. Xbox Game Pass seemed like such a great deal when it first launched. because it's like, oh my god, I get access to all these games.
Layer of Fear, good game.
My problem with this boils down to the fact that, like, yes, this is a great deal if you're
actually, it wasn't really a game. It was like a walking simulator that kind of scare you. I enjoyed
playing a ton of these.
But let me tell you something. After playing it from the Switch, playing it on PC, going back to the Switch, I got sick off the Switch because of 30 frames a second.
Games. To be honest, a lot of these subscription services that I have, it's not that I'm really getting much for the money I'm spending every month on them. There are some subscription services that I'm subscribed to that, like, I don't touch that month. So it's just like, yeah, I just flat out wasted that money. But I spend that money primarily because I like having that option in the background. And it is getting to the point where I'm like, this is a bit too much. Like, honestly, like, I should really just, like, cut this subscription, cut this one, cut that one, because it's like...
All right, with me, I have, how many subscriptions I got? All right, so this is what I do for subscription, okay? This is what I do for subscription. Oops. This is what I do for subscription, all right? So each subscription, my mom, she handled Netflix. So we got a subscription for there. My aunt, she handled another subscription. I forgot which one she handled. HBO. She handled HBO. Cool. Me, I handle YouTube because I pay money for YouTube. I don't mind paying for YouTube. I use YouTube so much that I cannot pay. I need to pay YouTube just to stop commercials. Now, yes, I could put ad blocker on my PC, but guess we can't have ad blocker on the phone, so I pay for YouTube Premium on my phone. But also, what else do I do for subscription? I used to pay for Xbox, but I don't pay for it anymore. So yeah, just YouTube. Yeah, just YouTube. Shit.
What am I genuinely getting out of this? I'm not getting anything. Xbox Game Pass is something where there's been like months where like I don't really play anything off of Xbox Game Pass. It's nice to know that it's there, but oftentimes I find that the selection of games, while it is quality, it hasn't really thrown me anything interesting for the past couple of years. Something where I'm going like, well, damn. I think probably the most surprising, interesting thing.
The reason why I haven't played Flight Simulator is because I don't have a controller for it. I know you can play off a PC with a controller. Nah, I need me a flight stick.
Is like when Persona 3 Reload launched on Game Pass. Like, that's something. In fact, I think all the Persona games, when they came out on Xbox, launched on Game Pass, which is really cool. But every time I scroll through the Xbox Game Pass catalog, I'm not really thinking like, damn, that's a part of this. Like, a lot of it feels like it's kind of par for the course, you know? I see a lot of the same kind of faces. A lot of the games that you see.
What I think it is I think there's... You might like PlayStation games more than Xbox. I actually bought Persona 3 Reload. I'm going to keep it real. I'm not a big Persona fan. Really not. I haven't played RPGs in like forever, so I'm planning to get Digimon, but I'm kind of waiting until it dropped down in price.
Partnering with Xbox and always available on Game Pass. They always pop up at the Xbox press conferences. It's always kind of like a lot of these B tier, C tier games. They may not be bad, but it's also like I just don't really give a fuck about them.
I kind of know why. I'm not calling him a fanboy or anything like that because he's not. He's more neutral in my opinion. But I think you're just more into the PlayStation games. You know, third-person action adventures games with stealth elements. To me, they're just boring. So I'd rather just stick to games where I get to play. If I got to choose between Xbox and PlayStation, I'd rather just pick Xbox. More options and everything. He Polish, yeah. He's Polish. Oh, okay. And colorblind. Oh, okay. I got you. That makes sense. But yeah. I get what you're saying. Is this? I feel like you might be more into movies type of situation. That's why you might be more attracted to PlayStation, which is fine. It's a preference. You're not a fanboy because of that. Your preference. It's just with me. If I gotta choose, give me the Xbox.
Let me just take a look at this page right here. FBC Firebreak. Firefighting simulator.
Ooh.
Firewatch. I know.
I love simulators, so I might play that.
Firewatch, but I've seen that on Game Pass for quite a while. Flintlock, Football Manager, For the King 2.
Not gonna lie, I like a little bit of manager. It's like simulation. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not here glazing. He said he had a portable DVD before he had a Game Boy and several videos. Oh shit, really? I don't even remember those. For the King 2. I might check that out.
Gang Beast, that's been here forever. Frag Punk, Frostpunk 2.
I think I downloaded Frapunk on my PC, so I might check that out.
I've never heard of a lot of these games, and a lot of them look pretty okay, but they're just not that appealing to me.
Again, that's his preference. That's totally fine. But when I look at a PlayStation game, I don't feel like watching a movie.
So I would probably say that Xbox Game...
I mean, he is running on a MacBook. Not MacBook, but a Mac.
Game Pass has like a wider variety of games, but I honestly do feel like PlayStation Plus has more of the heavy-hitting games that I like and the games that I'm interested in. Xbox Game Pass has a lot of good stuff, pretty frequently. But I find that Microsoft's persistence on putting day one games, at least on the Ultimate version, and having games available within a year on Game Pass Premium, I honestly find that that's kind of killing.
Yeah, pretty much all the games that release on PlayStation, just wait till it comes on PC. I think, and that's one thing I think PlayStation don't understand, and I know you're waiting for it to come to PC. I don't think, I get that PlayStation still have to make money and let their investor know that, hey, we're putting it on PC, but it'll sell more PlayStation. I think they're looking at PC players like console players. Like, we'll buy a PlayStation to play their games they won. But that's the opposite. Oh, it's going to come over to PC? We'll just wait. We could get a better discount than we would on PlayStation. I actually like Konami. I mean, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah. I got a Vanguard and I got into Digimon. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Straight. I just haven't played it in a moment.
Them in many ways, where they're just pumping so much money into this service that prices have to go up, but the value there, like, even if they offer 1,000 games, here's my biggest problem: I'm not gonna play
they are great
even
writers.
1% of those games. Something like Netflix, in my opinion, works well because movies and TV shows, while you can 100% devote your entire attention to them, a lot of the time you want Netflix because it's a passive thing. You want to just be able to have Netflix going on in the background, and you want it to be kind of like a high quality show. So then maybe, if you...
I want to keep it real. I don't do that during Netflix. Like I don't do that for Netflix. I just can't. I can't. Even with you, like, my screen time on YouTube is ridiculously high. I think I'm the 9% of people who watch YouTube, and they send me that that data. I'm like, how the fuck did I get to 90%? I'm at 9% of YouTube. I'm dead serious. I watch Netflix passively. I just can't watch it passively. If I'm watching Netflix, I need to watch it like when I watch anime on my phone, right? I sit there and I engage. I need to watch this because that's the reason why I can't do PlayStation games. Like, that's the reason why I can't do PlayStation games, is because mostly when I'm doing chores. Like, when it comes down to like podcasts and YouTube Music, because I have YouTube Music on my phone or housework, yeah, understandable. Then I could like do that. But when it comes down to like videos and watching Netflix and everything, I have to sit down and watch it. I just can't listen to it and not see it. That's the reason why I don't play any videos while I'm driving. I listen to podcasts and music while I'm driving, because if I go ahead, let's say, oh, I remember watching this Netflix show like Archer. Let's say Archer is on Netflix. You probably could listen to it passively and drive and you'd be fine. I can't do that. Ooh, I need to watch that. I definitely need to watch that. It's like I need to watch it instead of doing it. And that's why I can't stand PlayStation games, because they'll give me mostly cutscenes that I just go online and watch it and be done with it. It is. Yeah, I need to watch it. I really do. The Frankenstein, I need to watch it. Netflix, I watch it. Holy crap.
You catch a glimpse of it or something, it's like, oh, that's interesting, or whatever. I love Tubi.
Archer is on Netflix. You know what? It's fine. I forgot about all the seasons of Archer. It is on YouTube. I mean, it's on my Google Play and everything. I bought the whole season. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have to buy the Nest system so I can buy the DVDs that I want and place it on the Nest system and have a collection of the DVDs of my favorite DVDs on the wall. That'd be pretty dope.
Tubi is one of my favorite things of all time. It's a free streaming service. It's incredible. But to be honest, sometimes when I'm...
Yo, I heard that Tubi got some interesting movies I might have to watch.
Scrolling on Tubi, I do kind of feel like a fucking loser when I'm on that app, because like there's some good quality stuff on there. But
wait, hold up, Friday?
Fucking loser when I'm on that app, because like...
Wait, Friday... Unsolved Mystery, Jay Fever, Honest Thief, Secondhand Lions, Little Man? Overseas?
There's some good quality stuff on there, but...
My Girl, Smurf, Friday After Next, Annie. Oh shit, you might be lit. Lil Nicky.
Then like another like 80% of it is like complete...
Baby Boy Sing, Menace to Society?
Garbage nobody gives a fuck about anymore.
Hold up. And Beast Wars is not on here. No way. Beast Wars? There was one thing I saw that's on there. Like, it's not Tubi, it might be something else. I just don't know what streaming show. It's funny. It's like cringy as hell. I gotta find out. I'll probably remember it.
But I love Tubi for that. But Netflix
Stealth?
is like...
Joanna, man. I want to keep it real. I saw this already. I fell in love with her. How she looked. Oh my gosh. I fell in love with her. Like, oh my gosh. I forgot her name, but I fell in love with her. I really did. Like, no wonder it was out of high school. Damn. I was like, oh my gosh. Future wifey right there.
Okay, like here's a lot of the big stuff or whatever. But yeah, just having that all there, especially like, it can be kind of a passive experience.
Hell yeah, Jessica Niels. Oh my
I think
gosh.
that makes
She's so beautiful.
For movies and TV shows make a lot of sense. It makes sense to have just like this never-ending supply.
Video
games,
you. Yeah, she's so beautiful.
You're directly
I love
controlling them. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game, you sit down and you're making a 100% commitment to be like, I'm gonna play this game. And a lot of people don't play a lot of games like every year. Most people kind of play like a couple of games a year, and that's it. And I think having access to all these games for $30 a month, it only really makes sense if you are just grinding through these games constantly. And it kind of gets to a point that, like, if you want to do that, sure, Game Pass might be a great option for you.
but you're gonna get to a point where it's just like there's really nothing else left for you to play. And if it's like, if you find a game that you really love and you want to keep playing it over and over.
Well, talk to people who collect those trophies on PlayStation. They'll do it. They'll grind through that. But then, you know, they should give them a Twitter trophy.
Over again, it makes more sense to just buy that game outright instead of staying on a Game Pass subscription. And to be honest, I have the exact same opinion about PlayStation Plus. However, at least PlayStation Plus is a little bit cheaper. So overall, who wins? Nobody. These subscription services are killing us, bro. It is really sad to me to see Xbox constantly do these things where it's obvious we're never really going to go back to like those Xbox 360 days when Microsoft was really pushing things and they were really trying to be like king of the gaming industry. And they're still trying to do that now. They are trying to be king of the gaming industry, but not in terms of the console manufacturers. They just want to be everywhere and be on everything and be the best, biggest publisher.
What I think it is look, if I didn't tell people my age, people will assume that I'm in my 20s, right? People going to assume that I'm in my 20s, like mid 20s, probably late 20s, thinking I was born in like 2003, which is fair, I guess. But at this point, I think what it is most people is trying to live. If Game Pass was around during the 360 days, people will be singing a different tune. I agree. 34, yeah. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is this. These companies, PlayStation, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, AMD, Intel, all these other companies out here, they're not looking to try to please us that grew up with the consoles. They already pleased us before. What they're trying to do is they're trying to move on towards the future. You know, you're gonna be in diapers as an old ass man, and you're gonna have your grandchildren saying, "Oh, I got the game streaming," and you're gonna say, "Back in my days," and they're gonna look at you like, "Well, this is the future, old man." And to be honest, I kind of accepted that already. So I want these companies to go ahead and move on towards the future. I understand it's going to hurt us right now, but guess what? We're just old. We're the unks, and we're about to hit granddad age. Technically, I could be a granddad, but but these companies not thinking about us, the older people. They're thinking about the younger generation. Why do you think NBA kind of trash now? We grew up on Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. But look at it now.
On every single platform, and that's whatever, but it's also like the Xbox was such a cool brand. It was such a cool thing to have an Xbox. It was such a cool thing to be.
Me too. I was an uncle since I was like 12 years old.
Be passionate about Xbox. I love Xbox, but it's like there's nothing to love anymore.
I have two nephew and one niece.
At
I want to keep it real. I lost count. On my mom's side, I have two nieces and one nephew. On my dad's side,
$30. There's a lot of value with Game Pass, but that value only really exists if you're genuinely going to play like hundreds of these games. And
well, check this out. There's some instance where I sit down and watch Netflix, and sometimes I don't watch every single show. I don't binge it. I literally sit down and watch it. They're active in sports. Oh, that's a good thing. Good. I that's great. Yeah, but here's the thing. You got people who sit there and watch Netflix. You probably watch Netflix on a like you say, passively. I'm the type of dude that watch Netflix sitting down. I can't listen to it. So even though you see it and I see your point, to me, I just don't see the point that 100% well.
You're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Nobody has time to do all of that. So it's kind of just like, what are we doing here?
Well, you got people that want to try out the game, pretty much rent it.
The amount of money it would cost a year to subscribe to Game Pass Ultimate. I mean, I would suggest write down all the games that you've played this year and be like, all right, are they on Game Pass Ultimate? And how much do these games cost standalone? Because, for example, you know, Game Pass Ultimate has all these Ubisoft.
I see. Ooh, zombie. I hate it, Ubisoft. I have beef with Ubisoft. This is when I distrust Ubisoft right now. I'm about to talk about. I bought the Wii U. The Wii U, that was my console of that generation because of Zombie U. Not because it was exclusive, but the fact that you could hack on your gamepad. Hack on your gamepad. That's why we're waiting for freaking Watch Dogs. So you could hack on your gamepad. You could do all that. That's the only reason why I got it. Zombie U, disappointing. And that was meant for the gamepad. Since they put it on PC in the console, I'm like, how? It's supposed to be meant for the gamepad. They made it meant for the consoles. So when people's like saying, oh, they only made the game meant for the PlayStation. Please, a couple code they could change and there you go. And it runs just fine. So I don't want to hear nobody say this game was meant for this console, which they will make sacrifices to place on another console or another hardware. But going back to it, I think he felt that there's people like myself who will rather just play the game, not sell it. I don't want the physical copy because guess what? I don't care about CDs as much. I don't care about this. This is a flash drive. I like these more than CDs. They last a lot longer, and you add more storage onto these. This is 128 gigabytes of storage, more gigabytes than you could put on a Blu-ray. I hate CDs, so technically, Game Pass is meant for me until they raise the price. So, if you tell me to go out there and buy a physical version, is there a CD? Well, yes. I just rather just pay for Game Pass if that's the case. Because I can't sell digital. So I might as well just get the Game Pass. That's the point I think a lot of people miss. I can't sell digital.
Soft games. That's cool. You have Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered, which I can definitely get that game for like $10. And I just always own it.
$10 or not, I don't want to own a CD. It's like as a collector, fine. I don't mind that. But if it's a game and I just download it, if I just play it, I'm probably not going to pick it up again. I got All Pro Football for the 360. I haven't even touched it. But if it was like on my PC, I could actually download on my PC actually.
I don't need to connect online. I don't need to subscribe to anything. I have Assassin's Creed 3.
There's some positive and negative when it comes to physical and digital. Now, if I said with the Switch, with this, if it's on here, cool, I can have it. Especially DRM free.
Remastered from there on out. Same for Far Cry Primal and Rayman Legends, all these Ubisoft games that you get. It's cool that they're here, but it's also like, again, this is only really valuable to me if I'm going to play these games. And a lot of these games, I already own physical copies of, or I've already played, or I've already bought them, or I'm just not interested in them.
Yeah, you own physical copies, so there's no point of you spending the extra money to get it for Game Pass or PlayStation Premium. I get that. But you got people out there who don't want the physical copy. They want digital. Like myself, I don't mind the digital, so just pass it here. Yeah, it breaks. And that's one thing that I didn't like about physical copies because they break. And since they break, you could say, well, take care of it. Take care of it. It could still break. It could be lost and everything. At least if I download it on my PC or download it, I could have extra copy somewhere. I could put it somewhere else. I could actually keep it in a cloud situation. hold more storage. There's plus and negatives to everything, and to me, I don't think me holding a CD is more capable. Like, take me for instance. I want to build a NOS system, and when I build a NOS system, I'm going to buy the physical copies, and I'm just going to rip them and sell the ones I don't want back. Or go to a rent a video store or whatever, or somewhere that they sell cheap copies. Go ahead and rip them, keep them in a server. And that's the thing. And if you look in gaming, Nintendo, if you rip it, Nintendo's saying, oh, you're hacking. Xbox could say you're hacking. PlayStation say you're hacking. How am I hacking? I'm just ripping the CD. Oh, you can't do that. But there's no plus to the Scott wearing. Oh yeah, there's no plus.
So comparing PlayStation Plus and Xbox Game Pass,
that shirt is horrendous.
I definitely think PlayStation Plus has a lot of value there. I'm not 100% in love with it. I think it could use just some sprucing up. I don't like how they handle the Classics catalog, and I still think the subscription price is too high, even though it's never gonna go down. But still, I do prefer PlayStation Plus at this point. I'm just more into the PlayStation exclusives. But
but he is cooler. But he is colorblind. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. But the thing about it is, that's where I think that passive thing is. He's into the storytelling. I got a feeling like when he sit down to play a PlayStation game, he liked the story, he liked the cutscenes, he liked all of that, and that's totally fine. He could enjoy that. I get it. But when I sit down, and if I sit down and I play and then get into the Mary Jane's part, I'm like, in Miles Morales, I'm not talking about Spider-Man, Miles Morales, or Spider-Man 2. When I got through going through Miles Morales and Mary Jane, I'm like, why am I playing as Miles Morales and Mary Jane? I'm supposed to play as Spider-Man. I like the charity work he does. Oh yeah, he's a good person. I like him. I do have to disagree. Like, I feel like he's a storytelling fanatic when it comes down to game. Me, I just want to play the game, play simulators, play some shooters, and I think that's where he's more towards PlayStation, and I was more towards Xbox.
Still do value a lot of the Xbox Game Pass lineup, but these prices are just absurd, and they don't make any sense.
I do agree, the prices is ridiculous, and like I say, if they drop it down to $15 a month, I think they all win.
Unless you're playing a ton of these games. But either way, Sony, congratulations.
If a story good, I'm interested. Yeah, exactly, and that's fine. You could be interested. Is this when it comes down to PlayStation games? I feel like they're all pretty much the same with different characters, if that makes sense.
Service compared to Xbox Game Pass. So cheers to you. Actually, I'm not going to drink to that. I'm just going to drink because I'm sad.
I guess that's it. My voice is starting to get a little bit of... Gotta get some water and stuff. And it's 10:33. Sad Dad Simulator. I gotta check out all the simulators because, I love myself some simulators. But, ooh, Nerd Nest. Hold up. We got to look at one more video before I pass on.
Valve made some huge announcement.
I don't know who he is. I'm sorry. You know what? I gotta go on. I gotta be at work tomorrow at 8:00. So I gotta say goodnight to everybody. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm just a little tired. And remember, everybody's human. My name's Sendou Q. You have yourself a great day. Peace.